everyone, I hope you are all well and good. First of all, I would like to thank you guys for making our day one, which was bug hunting day of RESTCON, so much successful. We got such an amazing response yesterday. Those who attended yesterday's event, yesterday's conference day, some of them know me, but for those who do not know me, I am Tushar Baveja, team manager of Resethacker community. I would be host for you for today's day 2. Today is the second day of Resetthacker's RESTCON conference and is purely focused on researchers. So that is why today's second day is named as Researchers Day. We have such an amazing speakers for today, and you will get bombs of value today. So today's session would be a bit longer, but I know you guys will stay with us for whole session. Talking about today's guest speakers, we have today Mr. Akash Sharma, Mr. Nitin Pandey sir, Mr. Viral Parmar sir, Mr. Atul Singh, Mr. Umair Naheri, and a few more. I hope you will stay with us for the whole conference. It would go live from it has been live from 6 p.m. onwards, and I hope till it get ends, you will stay with us. So be with us for that. But before moving on to day 2, I would like to tell you something about Resethacker and its team. Resethacker, as you all know, Resethacker is a non-profit crowdsourced community, especially for cybersecurity researchers and cybersecurity people. We have people who have certifications from CES to OSCP and many more. A few of our team members have CCNA and OSWP and a few more certifications who are really valued in the industry. And talking about our mission and vision, as in our name suggests, it's Resethacker. We are resetting the cybersecurity industry so that it becomes more prominent according to the I would say according to to the new NEP2, like new education policy too. We are focused on learning and improving ourselves every day and every moment. So this was a bit about Resethacker community and its team member. So now let's move on to day 2. And I would want you all to please share this live session with your friends because it's gonna be highly valuable. So be with us and attend this live session. So now let's move to day 2. So bye, take care. We'll see you at the end of this session.
Hello, and thank you for joining my talk, The Pentester Blueprint, a guide to becoming a pen tester. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Philip Wiley. I'm a red team lead for a global consumer products company, the adjunct professor at Richland College, now Dallas College, and I'm also the Pwn School project founder. I created the Pwn School project as a way for my students to continue their education. My very first semester, a lot of students were finishing up class, and they were wanting to know what to go do from here, and also had some other people in the community wanting education in offensive security practices. So I started the Pwn School project as a way to extend education. So on this slide, you see my career broken down. So I've been in IT and InfoSec for over 22 years. Spent my first 6 years as a system administrator, 16 plus years total in network security and AppSec. This is including the pen test career. Out of that, 8.5 years I spent as a pen tester, and the first 5 years as a consultant. I break this down because if you're wanting to become a pen tester, you kind of see what I did to get into it. And I'm also the co-host of the podcast, The Uncommon Journey, hosted on ITSP Magazine with Chloe Mistagi and Alyssa Miller. So kind of go back even further in my career, before I even got into IT. When I graduated high school, I didn't know what I wanted to do for a living, so friends recommended me being a pro wrestler, so I did pro wrestling for a couple years. Had to get a job to support my family, so I didn't have skills that would really provide for that. So pro wrestling, I wasn't being able to wrestle enough, and it's not a lifestyle conducive to families. So I went to trade school to be an AutoCAD draftsman. And during my AutoCAD career, I found out about system administration. It seemed a lot more interesting to me than AutoCAD, so I made the switch to system administration. And eventually moved into InfoSec, spending the first part of my first year and a half doing network security, and then moved into AppSec, is where I found out about penetration testing, and then moved into penetration testing. And so each semester I share the slide with my students. With great power comes great responsibility. Only hack if you have permission to hack, and even better with written permission. Hacking without permission is illegal. So make sure if you're going to do any kind of hacking, pen testing, make sure it's in your home lab or either through bug bounties. Bug bounties are a great way to get experience in live production environments. This is experience that you can use on your interviews. You can explain how you were able to find certain vulnerabilities and how you were able to exploit them, and explain that during an interview process. So this is a great place to learn and get experience. So what is pen testing? So pen testing is assessing security from an adversary's perspective, kind of assessing things the way a cyber criminal would. And so that's in hopes of discovering what a malicious actor might find, to be able to remediate those and protect against those vulnerabilities. And why pen testing? If you understand the adversarial perspective of your security posture, then you're able to better protect it. You're able to better justify remediation. Sometimes remediation is more than just making a configuration change. Sometimes remediation could mean adding a web application firewall to your network. It could entail a firewall in general, endpoint protection, other types of devices that could be costly. So if you have a pen test and vulnerabilities that prove that need to be remediated, then that's a way to justify the cost. And even better yet, if you're able to exploit those vulnerabilities, it shows, a higher need to get that remediated, as well as justifying the budget. And also, pen testing is very popular due to compliance, regulatory compliance, especially PSI DSS, payment card industry data security standard. A lot of jobs popped up from that. Whenever I was getting started in pen testing, it was mainly consultants and contractors back in 2012. And now, due to PCI and companies that are processing a certain number of credit cards have to go through PCI, then they have to be PCI compliant. So this brought about the need for a lot more pen testing, and companies couldn't afford to pay pen testers, contract-wise or consulting, to do all these tests. So it made more sense to bring this in-house. That way they could get pen tests done quicker, and even from that on, even bug bounties to help assist in that. Other reasons for pen testing: it's a fun job, and there's a lot of career opportunities. I mean, this is one of the areas that's not totally new, but it's gained popularity, and a lot more companies are realizing the need for pen testers. Pen testing jobs, formerly it's penetration testing. More commonly, more common term is pen tester. Security consultants, analysts, and engineers are usually the roles that these positions fill. There may not be a HR description as ethical hacker or pen tester, but those are typical some of the HR roles. Some other synonymous terms: ethical hacker, offensive security, adversarial security, threat and vulnerability management. Threat and vulnerability management is a very popular department that pen testers usually fall under. So when you're looking for a job, then you may need to look at the descriptions, because it could be a security analyst or a security engineer, and you just have to look at the description to see the type of tools and the duties you're performing to see that it's a pen testing job. Pen testing is valuable in other areas: SOC analysts, digital forensics, incident response, network security engineers, purple teams. This is where the offensive security works with the defenders to be able to detect the activities and block those and be able to respond to those. Also, application security, where a lot of you that are viewing today, you're either a bug hunter, you're into bug bounties, or you're someone that's wanting to get into it. So the skills you build through bug bounty and application security kind of go hand in hand. So understanding the malicious traffic as a SOC analyst is very important. Security analysts and engineers understanding that traffic is also good. And then digital forensics and incident response. If you understand the attacks, then it's going to make, it's going to give you some insight into your investigations that you may not otherwise have. Different types of pen test targets. So network, application, hardware, transportation, your different vehicles. Autonomous driving vehicles are very important to be secure, so we need to test those. People in buildings, be able to test the security of buildings, as well as the people that are employees of the company. They got badges, they go into the building, people can tailgate behind them, so those need to be tested. You can have the most secure network, most secure applications, but if someone can get past security into the building, into the data center, then it's going to be a lot easier for them to breach a system. So it's important to test those. And then your hardware devices, your routers and switches, even your SOHO routers and switches, as well as Internet of Things and medical devices. It's interesting because during my consulting career, I did some pen testing of some hospitals, and you could see, like during wireless pen test, you could see medical devices like insulin pumps and different life support devices connected to the network. So those need to be secure and need to be tested. And this is where pen testers come into play. Be able to think like the bad guy to be able to find those vulnerabilities and protect against it. Different types of pen test knowledge. So traditionally you hear of a black box pen test, white box, and gray box. Your black box is going to be more similar to what an adversary would attack. So you're seeing more of what a real world attack would be like. So this is very limited information, maybe an IP address, maybe URLs. I did a black box pen test, more of a full scope pen test back in 2008. And all we had for the client, we knew the name of the client. We knew the address because we needed to test physical security and be able to get there to do internal network pen testing. So we were able to do recon, and I was able to find information on the company through like Shodan that we weren't able to find devices in the network blocks. So that limited information, we were able to find the IP addresses to test, and then we actually came on site, got into the building unauthorized, into the office of the client, and was able to test in one of their conference rooms. So we had limited information. So with this type of testing, it takes more time to collect information. Now the opposite end of the spectrum is your white box or crystal box testing. And this is very common in your web app pen testing, and really a needed type of test level, because that way you've got more information, you can more thoroughly test the system. So with this, you typically, especially in application, you have accounts, sometimes diagrams. Prior to the kickoff of the pen test, you will work with the developers to get a walkthrough of the application to understand how the application works, to be able to more thoroughly test it. And gray box is kind of partial knowledge. It's limited amount of IP address. It's the IP addresses. You basically don't get your accounts and that sort of stuff, but you have the IPs that are in scope, and then it's up to you to test. And this is what you more commonly see, like on your network pen test, just the scope items to test without more information than that. And like going back to say, these are all based on time. The more time you have, then the less information you need for the test. And the more time, then you've got, you can perform the black box type testing, and with more limited time, you need more information to be able to thoroughly test it. And definitely on web application, you really want to test that, because you need to test all levels of access, administrator, just regular users of the system, to make sure you can't elevate your privileges. And even administrators don't need to be able to see account information or social security numbers. So be able to test and make sure certain data can't be accessed and certain levels of privilege can be escalated to. And so different types, these are actually testing depth, are actually different steps. Some of these are part of a pen test, but as you notice the items, it says in red, not a pen test. These first two items, although they're included as steps in a pen test, they are not a pen test. Vulnerability scanning is just running Nessus or Nexpose, or running the vulnerability scanner within Burp Suite. You're looking for vulnerabilities. This is a way as a pen tester to pick those vulnerabilities up quickly and spend your time on more important stuff. But also vulnerability scans are routinely done by a group within organizations that do just vulnerability scanning. And so what you do is they run the scans periodically, every 2 weeks to a month, maybe even weekly if you have the bandwidth to be able to test that many systems, and you're able to find the low-hanging fruit and get those remediated. But in a pen test, this would be like one of the first steps you do in a pen test. So vulnerability assessments is the next level after your vulnerability scan. On your vulnerability assessment, you're going through and looking at those vulnerabilities, and you're validating them to make sure they're not false positives. Sometimes your vulnerability scanners are going to find false positives, so you want to make sure you rule those out. And you can also run other tools, do more manual testing during the vulnerability assessment phase. This is still not a pen test, but this is just a vulnerability assessment. Sometimes clients will request a vulnerability assessment. They don't want you to do a pen test because they don't want you to exploit the systems, because they're worried about taking the systems down, making them unavailable. And so this is kind of to lighten the risk. I've done actually wireless pen tests before of hospitals, and the concern by the CISO was that they're worried that something would get taken down. So we kind of revised what we were going to do on the pen test and went to an assessment. So we're just running vulnerability scans, but not actually going through and trying to exploit the systems. So the next step of this process, after you've done your vulnerability assessment, you've validated your vulnerabilities, found anything manual or using other tools, then you come to the pen test phase, the pen test level. This is actually going through and exploiting the vulnerabilities that you found during the pen test. And once you exploit those, you see if you can escalate privileges, if you're able to get lateral movement, take accounts, and connect to other systems. So that's what you test during this process. And then you have like your red team and adversarial test. This more simulates a cyber criminal or a nation state. You're going in, and it's not the importance of finding every single vulnerability. It's just finding how those can be exploited to do serious damage to the company as far as collecting information or actually gaining access to, possibly if it's a banking system, just going through. And this, you're really focused on getting the important stuff, not wasting your stuff with just vulnerabilities. You want to focus on exploitable vulnerabilities. You're also wanting to, during this process, test the blue team, see if they're seeing you on the network, see if they're responding. And so then after you wrap up this type of engagement, then you can work with the blue team to show them corrective measures, because when this activity is going on, you want your defenders to be detecting it. So this is one way to actually test the blue team, test the people, processes, and technology, and not just test for vulnerabilities. This has become more popular due to PCI pen testing more narrowing the scope of pen tests and a lot of things getting overlooked. So this is starting to become more popular. You're seeing more red team jobs out there. This is a very exciting and interesting area if you're into more of the network type pen testing, although your web application pen testing skills are very important. Sometimes the network, be able to exploit the network as well as Active Directory are very important in that phase of that type of assessment. And then there are specializations. You have your generalists, which just do the basic type of pen testing and cover a range of things. Your wireless, your network, and your application, some light application. And then you have application. So this is web app, mobile, thick client, and cloud. And people that specialize in that area sometimes come from development and also like the generalist. A lot of people like myself, that's where I started as a generalist. And I got my start because of my sysadmin background, I understand networking and operating systems. So this was easier for me to learn. And so your social engineering, testing the buildings, and through the physical security, this is also a lot of times part of a red team engagement. So those are very important skills. And then transportation specialization, there are people that are just dedicated car hackers. So they do that. So you can specialize in these, or you can learn a little bit of all of it. So the nice thing about pen testing is if you get bored in one area, you can learn other things. During my consulting career, I was fortunate enough to work for an employer that allowed me to learn other types of pen testing. When I went to work for them, I'd never done Wi-Fi pen tests, but I got to learn how to do Wi-Fi pen tests. So there's a lot of different areas to work in. A lot of people like to specialize in the hardware and IoT stuff, which is a very important and more newer part of pen testing. And a lot of these skills are very transferable to security research and bug bounty. So this is the part of the talk most people are interested in. How do I become a pen tester? So to become a pen tester, you need the technological knowledge. You need to understand the technology before you can secure it, before you can break into it. So you need to understand networking and operating systems, Windows and Linux, and you need to understand these at a sysadmin level. If you get a shell to the system, and if you have the right privileges, you can shut down firewalls, start and stop services, do several other things. So once you get a shell, you need to understand that command line. Otherwise, you're going to spend a lot of time Googling, or you're not going to, and not effectively spend your time on the pen test. Then understanding security, application hardware is also important. Knowing the security of how Windows or Linux works is a good advantage to be able to test for misconfigurations and see how you can possibly bypass those and exploit the system. And so also once you have the technology part of that foundation, then you're going to need the hacking experience. So hacking knowledge through classes, conferences and virtual conferences like this, meetings, meetups, self-study through your home labs, videos, tutorials, blogs and articles and Twitter. There's a lot of good people out there that are sharing some great information on Twitch, you know, for the streaming or on YouTube. A lot of good information out there. In Twitter, InfoSec Twitter. There's a lot of good security researchers and bug hunters on Twitter, and pen testers, red teamers that you can follow that you can pick up information from. When I was getting started out in security prior to Twitter, you know, we would go to blogs and articles to get our information, or magazines. And now we're the luxury of the researchers. When they create a new tool, it's out there quicker. We're able to get that information sooner this way. And so to become a pen tester, you also need to develop the hacker mindset. And so the hacker mindset, out of a lot of other areas in security, is one of the areas that really requires more creativity. It's a combination of creativity and analytical thinking. It's kind of similar to troubleshooting. So if you ever think about, if you installed an operating system, you install Linux for the first time and everything went well, then you go back and install another time and you have a problem with it. Then you have to troubleshoot. It's more difficult. But after you've installed something and learned how to troubleshoot it, then you know what to do next if you run into this problem. And that's the same thing with the hacker mindset. You find a vulnerability, maybe it's like an unrestricted upload, then you know that next you can upload some type of shell to that system and possibly get, you know, command line access, get a shell to that system. So you're able to chain together those type of attacks. And the more you practice, the more you're able to chain these different types of vulnerabilities and attacks together to be able to exploit a system. And so the more time you do that over and over again, you build up that base knowledge, and you just come up and you see a certain vulnerability, you know, I can do this next. So the best way to develop the hacker mindset is through repetition and hands-on hacking experience. Spending your time in your lab, CTFs and that sort of thing, bug bounties, going through, and after you'll see some vulnerabilities that are very common, and then you know how to exploit those. So that way you just, you know, constantly practicing, this is the way you develop that mindset. And the pen tester blueprint formula is technology knowledge plus security knowledge plus the hacker mindset. With these things combined, you'll have what it takes to be a penetration tester. And where to start? Where do you start in this journey? You need to develop a plan and do like a gap analysis on what you're missing. So you go through and look at the skills you have that are needed, like your networking operating systems. You also look at like Linux. You know, Linux is very important as a pen tester. There's a lot of good tools, although there's tools on Windows too that can be leveraged, and I recommend knowing both of those. But going through and fill in the gaps on the things you don't know. So if you're starting from scratch, a good example of where to start would be follow like the pen test, say start with A+ level certification knowledge. You don't necessarily have to get those certifications, but learn the materials from the A+ certification, learn the items from the Network Plus and the Security Plus, and now there's the Pen Test Plus. Learn those items, and that will give you a good base for pen testing. If you're wanting to do bug hunting, then maybe even spending some time learning some web development. Learning how to do web development is going to help you be a better bug hunter. So basically, when you're developing that plan, look at the pieces you're missing. And, you know, if you're needing to build that hacking experience, do capture the flags, bug bounties, and build labs. And no matter what level you're at, build a lab. If you're in IT, then, you know, you're going to have some basic skills. So gain your Linux skills, your security skills. If you're in InfoSec and you haven't worked with Linux, learn Linux. Or say like you've got a good base knowledge, but you're lacking the hacking piece, then that's really what you're going to want to focus on. And some labs, so you need a lab when you're doing, you know, learning to be a pen tester, and even when you're an experienced pen tester, security researcher, you need a home lab so you can test your POCs or your proof of concept code. So if you have an exploit and you're doing a pen test on a production network, it's good to have a lab to be able to test these exploits in, because sometimes exploits have adverse reactions and they could take down a network, take down a system, make it unresponsive. And you want to make sure during your pen testing, you're not crashing systems. That's very important. So having a lab to be able to test that in is important as an experienced pen tester on all levels. I still do that as well. If you find a new hack out there, some new exploit, set it up in your lab and test it out and see if it works. So the different levels of labs that I've got listed here, and this can vary. These are just kind of 3 areas that I've kind of limited down to, but the minimalist lab is one of my favorites. So you have your laptop or your desktop that you use at home. You install like an attack VM as well as your targets. So this is very basic. If you've got like a mobile device like a laptop, then you're able to put your lab, set it up on that system. If you get bored studying at home, then you can go to a coffee shop or somewhere else and study. If you're traveling, then you can still practice hacking in your labs. And then your dedicated lab, you can have like a dedicated system with your vulnerable VMs on it, and then just have your attack system set up, your system you normally use on a daily basis. That could be your attack system, and that way you're going across a network. So that simulates, the going across a network piece of it. And then you can get more advanced, and you can have your separate systems. You can have like separate desktops or build servers on your network. You can set up routers and switches and firewalls and get as elaborate as if you want. And even this prior to hacking, just building a home network is a good experience. One of my very first pen testing jobs, my manager, who had been pen testing for quite some while, always recommended a team. He really wasn't telling us to go out and take pen testing courses or go to the conferences and stuff. He said, build something. If you understand how to install Apache web server and you understand the directories where things are contained, understand the security and what happens if it's not set up right, you understand how to breach that. So learning how to build stuff is a good way to learn as well. And one thing to keep in mind with your home labs, if there's something your priority is to learn the hacking piece, learning the tools, then you may want to be more simplistic with your lab, because I've run into things in the past where I had my lab and I had a hard drive go bad. That could happen on any level of lab. But the thing here is the more elaborate it is, the more chance that you're going to have system failures and you're having to rebuild that. So keep that in mind. And so when you build your home lab, you're going to need an attack platform. And so Kali Linux, Parrot OS are really 2 options that are great from a Linux standpoint, as well as Ubuntu. You can use Trusted Sex Pentester framework, and it's a script that will install all the tools that are like in Kali Linux or Parrot OS. So if you like Ubuntu and that's the way you want to go, this is a great way to go. I've done that before in the past. I would run like Ubuntu as my host OS with the Pentester framework tools. So I had the pen testing tools on there, and I still had like a Kali Linux VM as well as like a Windows VM with some administrative tools and some hacking tools on that. And so with Windows, you have Commando VM scripts by FireEye. You can install that set of scripts, and what that does is that contains a lot of the different pen testing tools that you'd use during a pen test that run on Windows. And then also with that, there's the Flare VM, which is FireEye scripts for reverse engineering. So you set that up on a Windows VM. You can do all sorts of reversing on that system, and then you have like a Windows device to test with. And I recommend learning how to pen test with both. There's times that using Windows may be more conducive and have tools and stuff that run natively that would be a better choice at times. So having both of those are a great option. And Parrot OS, I've really gotten to like Parrot OS up until recently. I hadn't worked with Parrot OS, but Parrot OS works really great for wireless pen testing. With some of the recent updates to Kali Linux, some of the tools broke and also with going to a lot of the things going to Python 3, the dependencies and stuff were hard to get running. So I was doing a pen test for my employer, a wireless pen test. And so I'd use Parrot OS, and I was able to get a certain alpha driver to work that I could get working on Kali Linux, as well as all the tools worked. There wasn't any things I really had to add extra to that, as well as any extra tools that I needed to add, I was able to add easily. So Parrot is really good for wireless, and also to it makes a good daily driver Linux, because security and privacy are kept in mind. There's some really good privacy plugins built into Parrot OS too, so it's a really great product, as well as the support. I was installing something the other day, and oh yes, my work test laptop, I was trying to get the video drivers to work with Hashcat, and so fortunately their website had good documentation on how to install the drivers and get it to work. So that's really great. Sometimes other distributions, it's hard to find the documents to install drivers and software properly. And so the home lab targets, you need a target to attack. So you want to create your vulnerable VMs. So you can go to VulnHub and download some VMs. There's a lot of great VMs on there. A lot of them are retired CTF VMs. People build CTFs for different conferences, and they'll later on go up and upload those to VulnHub, share those with the community. So you can download those and use those for practice targets. I've used some of those in my home lab, and it's been a really good choice. And Metasploit 2 and 3, those are two VMs I highly recommend. I would make sure to install those two, because the thing about those two, you can install version 3 on Windows, which you need practice in a Windows environment. Most of your corporate environments are going to be mainly Windows, so you need practice with that. There's a lot of vulnerable VMs on Linux due to Linux being free. Metasploitable 3 uses the free version or a limited time version of Windows, because Microsoft will post up VMs for developers to test their web apps in different browsers. So that VM of certain Windows versions is available for download for a free trial. So that's used in Metasploitable 3. OWASP has a lot of good resources. WebGoat's just one of them. There's a couple different versions of WebGoat, as well as JuiceShop on their site. A lot of vulnerable VMs, a lot of vulnerable apps, and some of those apps are online. And then you can create your own targets. ExploitDB is a good place for exploits, but it also has vulnerable software. So you can go out there and download the vulnerable versions of the software and actually use those to use the exploits against. So that's a really good way to build a lab. And you can kind of get together with some friends, and you can do like CTFs. You can build a vulnerable VM that you know what's on it, but your friends don't, and you can challenge each other. So that's a good way to learn as well. And recommended reading here. Actually, one of the presenters of the conference, the very well-known Georgia Weidman, in her book, The Penetration Testing, A Hands-On Guide to Hacking. This was the book I was using for the first year of teaching at Richland College. I was teaching my ethical hacking class. And the thing I liked about this book is it shows you how to build a lab, and that's what my class lab was based off of. I later went on to the Pentest Plus to give students certifications to prepare for, since certifications can help you sometimes in your job search. So we switched to that. The Hacker's Playbook 2 and 3 is what I go to next. After George's book, you're going to learn the basics of pen testing, and so the Hacker Playbook gets into more types of techniques and stuff that you're going to use in an actual real-world pen test. Version 2 and 3 are slightly different. Version 3 gets into more red teaming, so you definitely want both of these books. Start with version 2 and then go to version 3. You learn more of the red team techniques. And the Web Application Hacker's Handbook, the second edition, that is a really great place to start for web app pen testing. And also the red team field manual is also a good little handy reference for different commands and single liners for different technologies that you'll run into during a pen test. And learning resources. So this slide here, I've got it kind of split up. If you look at there's a top section, and you see there's kind of a space between. The top section are paid resources, starting with the most expensive to the least expensive. And the bottom portion are resources that are free. So we have this SANS training, which SANS training is really great. It's created by some of the industry experts. Most of these people work in consulting, and they teach for SANS. They develop this content, and it's really great stuff. Of taking their web application pen testing course, their ICS pen testing course, as well as the Advanced Pen Testing and Exploitation Development course, which are really good. But these are typically items that you're going to have your employer to pay for, because it's like $7,200 per course, unless you do one of the 2-day courses, which is like $3,800. And then the next level down in a drastic drop in price is eLearn Security and Offensive Security. eLearn Security I really like because it really gets into good detail. And actually, if you're wanting to learn web app pen testing, they have a really good web app pen testing course. I've taken that in their mobile pen testing course. And so with them, as well as Offensive Security, you have to perform pen tests to pass the certification exam. And then Virtual Hacking Labs is a nice one for preparing for the OSCP, doing network pen testing. There's like Windows and Linux systems set up in an Android system that you're able to hack. They give you hints on the easier systems. The more difficult systems, they give you less experience. So they start out easy and build you up to where you're starting to build that mindset and you don't need the help. And then you're getting to the point where you're on your own, which is good compared to like Offensive Security, that there's no hints there. You have to just go in and do it all on your own. That's a good way to learn. But with the Virtual Hacking Labs, they kind of gradually help you learn those skills in advance to more difficult systems. Pentester Lab and Pentester Academy are great resources. Pentester Lab is mostly web application pen testing, but they also have some Linux security stuff in there, so you can learn how to breach and exploit Linux vulnerabilities. If there is a possibility to get a shell on a system, they show you that. Some of the other courses really don't go into details about be able to get a shell to a system, but they do that. That's a really good resource there. And then Practical Pentester Labs, Pentest Labs, is $64 for lifetime access. I believe it's mainly, if not all, Linux systems. You have a VPN access to that environment, and there's probably about 12 to 20 systems, and it's a really good resource to learn there. Then also you got your resources from your bug bounty companies like HackerOne and BugCrowd. BugCrowd University has some videos and some tutorials on there, and HackerOne has Hacker 101. This is a great resource. There's an online CTF, so you're actually getting something to practice those skills against. So that's a really great way to learn. The SANS Pen Testing blog, they have a lot of cheat sheets out there and little tutorials on how to use certain tools. And hackingtutorials.org is created by the creators of Virtual Hacking Labs. There's different tutorials on how to use Nmap. Metasploit, different tools and techniques. That's a great place. Cybrary has some free content. Web Security Academy from the creators of Burp Suite and the Web Application Hackers Handbook. The portswigger.net, the Web Security Academy on there, is a real good place to learn web app pen testing. They put instead of updating the Web Application Hackers Handbook, they put the content online, updated, as well as online labs. It's totally free and a good place to learn. It's good for anyone from entry level, just learning, all the way up to advanced pen testers. And then you have OWASP.org. You have the OWASP testing guide, as well as the OWASP top 10 and other great resources on there, vulnerable VMs. And then Hack the Box is a good resource, as well as Over the Wire CTF and Under the Wire CTF. Over the Wire is Linux based, and Under the Wire is Windows and PowerShell based. And to get access to these resources, if you go to my website, thehackermaker.com/learning-resources, you can find these links there. And certifications. So certifications are important. Make sure you understand the technology. Make sure you understand the content. Don't just memorize it, because this information is going to be important on an interview. The more you know this stuff, the better you're going to fare in a pen tester interview. Your entry-level certs are your CEH and Pentest Plus. HR people that do work with the government. CEH is a DoD cert, so that one's a good one to have with companies that do work for the government or working for the government. And then you get into your intermediate and advanced certifications, and these are ones that are really going to help you with pen testing jobs. The SANS GPen, the Offensive Security OSCP are two of the most popular certs you'll see for pen testing jobs, along with the Web Application Pen Testing cert from SANS, and then your advanced certs, the GXPN from SANS, and then OSCE from Offensive Security. And as far as the OSCP and GPN, these are similar certs, but there's hands-on labs where you actually have to perform a pen test and hack systems to pass those exams. And that one's pretty good because that kind of shows a little more technical competency and not just knowing the knowledge, but knowing how to apply the knowledge. And all the offensive security certifications are that way, but the SANS certifications are a lot of good knowledge to learn there and well respected in the industry. Job tips, professional networking, go to your conferences, your local meetups, get plugged in, meet people, network, and this is going to help you learn as well as get jobs. Make sure your LinkedIn profile is optimized. Make sure that you keep it professional. This is like your online resume. This is how recruiters are going to find you. So I highly recommend that. Usually I don't go to job sites anytime anymore. You have enough recruiters coming that you don't have to use the job sites. And the interview tips, prepare for the interview. Know the OWASP top 10. The OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities, no matter if it's a network or web app pen testing job, you're going to get asked questions from the OWASP top 10. So understand those, the different variations of like cross-site scripting or SQL injection and how to remediate those and prevent those items. So know that. And then know the basic stuff like the 3-week TCP handshake and the OSI model, because sometimes your management types, they've been so removed from technology, these are the things they still remember and understand, and they want to make sure you know the basics. So going into the interview prepared, you're going to have a lot better job, a lot better chances of getting a job and doing well in the interview. So here's my contact information. Feel free to reach out to me. I am very active on Twitter, on the InfoSec Twitter, so reach out to me. I'd be happy to help you out. And so thanks for attending my talk.
Hello everyone, Namaste. This is Nitin Pandey. Thanks to Mr. Gaurav Singh and the whole team of RESTCON and Resethacker for inviting me here. So today I'm going to talk about some, common cyber threats which are happening in our nation. So especially in this COVID-19 pandemic. So as we all know that India is becoming digital India in the governance of our Prime Minister Modi ji. So the initiatives like Digital India and all, what they are doing, they are actually bringing the technological power in our country. So, life have become very easy. So let me tell you, I will use both languages like Hindi and English. So those who don't understand Hindi will understand everything from my presentation. तो मैं दोनों भाषाओं का प्रयोग करूंगा अपने इस टॉक के दौरान। तो क्योंकि हम इंटरनेट पे इस समय पूरी तरह से डिपेंडेंट हो चुके हैं कह सकते हैं, स्पेशली इस कोरोना में। So, you know, we are, if we talk about schools, colleges, offices, everything is working virtually. Classrooms are virtual, offices work from home, everything is virtual. So, ये जो साइबर क्रिमिनल्स हैं, इनको एक बहुत अच्छा एक इस समय वो मिल गया है, बहाना मिल गया आप बोल सकते हो, या एक बहुत अच्छा मौका मिल गया है कि वो ऐसे अपने साइबर क्राइम्स को बढ़ा सके हमारी कंट्री में, और वो बहुत तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। You know, cyber crime has become one of the biggest challenges in our country, and our law enforcement should take it very seriously. So, as you can see, we all know that cyber crime happens each and every day. I mean, every minute, at least one cyber crime happens. And most of the people do not report cyber crimes because they are unaware of, you know, the things, what to do, how to report. So, you know, because, and also cyber attacks are unexpected, unseen, unapproachable, and unknown. So, do you feel safe? And here you can see from the source of 3D hack, 3-day hack, sorry. Here is the graph. India holds #1 position in cyberbullying across the world. So, ये सोचने वाली बात है कि हम साइबर बुलिंग में सबसे आगे हैं. So, you know, it's a very disappointing thing that we are #1. We are ranked 1 in cyberbullying across the world. So here are some statistics. You can see India with 37% and Brazil, US, South Africa, and so on. So, you know, इंडिया में सबसे ज्यादा साइबर बुलिंग होती है. तो इसका why it is happening, the question is why it happens. So because, you know, in India every day cyber cases of cyber, either we talk about cyber bullying, extortion, frauds, harassment, everything is increasing rapidly, so rapidly. And like, you know, like a jet plane, you can say, and especially against women and teens, because they are unaware of, you know, IT acts and the procedures what they need to follow if they are victim of cyber crime and all. So, you know, we have two main challenges. The first one is lack of awareness. The first reason, this is the main, I will call it the main reason of cyber crimes, why cyber crimes are happening and increasing that much. So because there's lack of awareness in people, you know, the citizens of our country, they don't know what to do if they are a victim of any kind of cybercrime. And the second part is there are so many loopholes in our law enforcement. You know, law enforcement agencies of India are outdated. Most of the cyber cells officers are untrained, you know, and they are incapable to solve cybercrime cases. Especially if you talk about rural India, they don't know how to deal with cyber crimes or how to investigate any cyber crime. So that's very sad. And because, you know what, let me tell you frankly, because no one wants to speak on this issue, but I personally believe that it is one of the, you know, major issues, that there is really a big loophole in our law enforcement agencies, especially if we talk about rural areas. Like I'm from Uttar Pradesh. I can tell you in Uttar Pradesh, except Lucknow, Varanasi, Allahabad, which is known as Prayagraj now, and Noida. I don't think, except these four cities in Uttar Pradesh, rest all 76 districts are, you know, साइबर सेल्स ओनली एग्जिस्ट ऑन पेपर्स, वो सिर्फ कागजों में एग्जिस्ट करती है, असली में वो नहीं है। अभी मेरा एक छोटा भाई है, अभी वो एक जगह गया था एक साइबर सेल में, कुछ दिनों पहले की बात है, तो उसने मुझे बताया वहां से आके कि वहां पे साइबर सेल नाम की कोई चीज ही नहीं थी, और शौचालय यानी टॉयलेट के ऊपर लिखा था साइबर सेल। तो ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्य और डिसअपॉइंटमेंट की बात है। ये है कुछ फिगर्स, सम स्टैटिस्टिक्स, especially for women. You know, this talk is especially dedicated to women and children and teenagers, because they are, they are completely unaware of these things, and that's why ये बहुत आसानी से ये शिकार बन जाते हैं साइबर क्रिमिनल्स के। As you can see here, in Haryana, 83% women feel unsafe. Arunachal Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Maharashtra, and on another side, अगर आप देखेंगे तो हिमाचल प्रदेश, वहां पे 91% महिलाएं अपने आप को सुरक्षित समझती हैं। त्रिपुरा में 82%, केरला 70%। तो कहीं ना कहीं, if you talk about safety, so I would must say that South India, law enforcement of South India is much better than rest part of the nation. So, and you know what, privacy, I always talk about privacy because it's a major challenge, not just for us, but for our intelligence, for our government, for everything. If you talk about our government agencies, our secret, our confidential documents, privacy matters a lot, because we are living in a virtual world where our each and every activity is being monitored by apps we are using right now. Right now, I am using my phone. My phone, in my phone, there are so many apps are installed, and all the apps they are continuously monitoring my activities, what I am doing, where I am, which websites I am browsing. They are, so we are not, we are not in a private zone. Our privacy is not safe and secure. So always think twice before sharing something publicly or installing any app. Recently, if we talk about apps, I think in 2017 there was an app named Face App. It was made by a Russian company. When it comes to their terms and conditions, their policies, it was highly dangerous. वो आपका सब कुछ ले लेंगे, यानी आपसे जितनी भी आपके फोन का डेटा है वो सब कुछ परमिशंस में ले लेंगे। लोग उसको यूज भी करते थे। उस ऐप में था क्या, आप 60 साल की एज में कैसे दिखोगे, आप बुढ़े हो जाओगे, यानी तो आप कैसे दिखोगे, यही था उसमें। लोग उसको, और वो इतना ट्रेंडिंग पे चला कि मतलब हर एक मैंने देखा कि इवन बहुत सारे साइबर सिक्योरिटी फील्ड के जो कि काफी नॉन पर्सन्स हैं, वो भी उस ऐप को यूज किए, और ये बहुत ही डिसअपॉइंटिंग है। सो ऑलवेज थिंक ट्वाइस बिफोर installing any app. So here I would appreciate our government of India. Thank you so much, government of our country, and I must appreciate Honorable Prime Minister and Ministry of Information Technology for banning Chinese 59 Chinese apps in India, because चाइना हमारा दुश्मन हमेशा से रहा है, तो क्या पता कि वो कब हमारे फोन में अपने अपडेट के थ्रू क्या कौन सी मैलिशियस चीजें भेज दे, या ऑलरेडी उसने भेजा हो पास्ट में, हम जो क्योंकि हमने शेयर इट वगैरह तो ऑलमोस्ट सब यूज करते आए हैं। यूसी ब्राउजर भी ऑलमोस्ट बहुत सारे लोगों ने, टिकटॉक तो एक ट्रेंड ही चला आया है। So it is I would must say that it's a good move to protect our privacy. So it is highly appreciative that government finally banned all these Chinese apps, and thank you Modi ji and Ravi Shankar Prasad ji for banning these apps, जो कि हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा खतरा बन सकती थी या आने वाले समय में या ऑलरेडी बन गई थी। तो the question here is it sufficient to protect our privacy and data? मतलब क्या इन चाइनीज एप्स को बैन कर देने से हमारी जो प्राइवेसी है और हमारा जो डेटा है वो पूरी तरह से अब प्रोटेक्टेड है? I don't think so. So that's why I have written no. Why? Because maximum use of smartphone, आजकल स्मार्टफोन्स, एक आप देखोगे 10 साल का बच्चा है वो भी एक स्मार्टफोन यूज करता है, तो कंपनी इसका एडवांटेज बहुत ज्यादा ले रही है। एंड एज यू कैन सी हियर they take sometimes they take unnecessary permissions from us, like for example, this is my phone. So right now I am using an app to record this video. So this app has taken permission of my camera, my mic, my sound system. It's okay, yeah, because without my webcam you won't be able to see my face. Without sound system, without mic, you won't be able to listen to me. So it is okay to take these kind of permissions. But if you will take a look here at Hotstar, especially, Hotstar is taking body census permission. And it is it is the screenshot I have shared with you. It's on Google Play stores. That Hotstar is taking body census permission. Is Hotstar a fitness band, fitness company, or something like that? Like I'm wearing a fitness watch. So my question is Hotstar a fitness band or something like that? No. Hotstar is an app where you can watch videos, movies, TV shows, etc. So this is very bad that they are taking unnecessary permissions. And also one more, this is this is really very important. Especially I would say that parental guidance is very important, because games and social media addiction, especially in children and teenagers, if we talk, तो बच्चों और टीन्स में ये गेम्स को लेके और सोशल मीडिया का एडिक्शन इतना ज्यादा बढ़ता जा रहा है कि जैसे कि as you can see here, a 19-year-old Delhi boy steps family 33 times, police say, was addicted to PUBG. He killed his family just for PUBG. ये दूसरी पिक्चर में आप जो देख रहे हैं कर्नाटका का है। ये he's a 21-year-old young man. He killed his father just because he stopped him to play PUBG. You killed your father just because he stopped you to play PUBG. So what these games are doing with the youth of the nation, they are making them violent and aggressive. And we all know about this very famous game, suicide game, Blue Whale. Hundreds of kids died because of this game. So I think government should ban such kind of games like PUBG. I know so many of I too used to play PUBG, and I know many of you play PUBG. I'm not against PUBG or anything, but if something is if something is changing the mindset of youth, then it is very dangerous for our nation, or for our future of the nation, because youth today, जो आज की युवा हैं, जो यूथ है, वो कल का भविष्य है, हमारे इंडिया का भविष्य है। तो इसलिए ऐसे गेम्स को बैन कर देना चाहिए मेरी राय में। तो यहाँ पे जैसा कि मैंने बोला कि पेरेंटल गाइडेंस की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है, इट इज मच रिक्वायर्ड। एंड वन मोर थिंग, attention seeking syndrome, you know what attention seeking syndrome is developing in children and teens. ये attention के भूखे हो जा रहे हैं बच्चे और टीनेजर्स। इनको एक डिजायर है कि हमें फेमस होना है। मैंने बहुत सारे लड़कों को देखा कि वो ब्लू टिक के लिए पागल हुए रहते हैं, कि मुझे एक वेरीफाइड अकाउंट के लिए, एक ब्लू टिक बैच के लिए पागल हुए रहते हैं। नहीं मिलता है तो वो खुद का ही फैन पेज बना रहे हैं, दे आर मेकिंग देयर ओन फैन पेजेस। एंड रिलेशनशिप ट्रेंड चल गया है। अभी मेरा एक कजन है और वो 12-13 साल की एज का होगा। उसको भी मैंने देखा इंस्टाग्राम पे उसने अकाउंट बनाया, उसमें हार्ट वगैरह वो किसी उसी वाली स्माइली सब उसमें लगा के रखा। तो मैंने उसको रिक्वेस्ट भेजा तो उसने एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया मेरे को। फिर मैंने क्या किया कि मैंने उसको दूसरे अकाउंट से रिक्वेस्ट भेजा, लड़की के अकाउंट से। उसने तुरंत एक्सेप्ट किया। और मैं जब मैंने देखा उसका अकाउंट की प्राइवेट था, जब मैंने देखा तो मुझे पता चला कि उसने वो रिलेशनशिप में था। बोला एक 12 साल का बच्चा रिलेशनशिप में है। सो व्हाट्स हैपनिंग? आई मीन, जब हम 12 साल के थे तो हम मारियो खेला करते थे, और आज के टाइम में बच्चे ये रिलेशनशिप का ट्रेंड चल रहा है। तो अभी जैसा कि मैंने बोला कि अटेंशन सीकिंग सिंड्रोम चल रहा है लोगों में। सो हियर इज अ केस स्टडी ऑफ अ गाय। He was exposed by me. I had exposed him. He was doing so many illegal activities. He was harassing these kids and teenagers. He was blackmailing them. He took money on the name of blue tick. He did all kind of criminal offenses. And just try to understand how he manipulated people, that लोग कैसे यकीन किए, how do people trust cyber criminals? That's my you can see here his username was Shubham Cybercop. What does cop mean? Cop means police. Of course everyone knows, even if you will ask second or third standard student that what is the meaning of cop, he will tell you police. So cyber cop means cyber police. So how can an individual person can call himself a cyber cop? So that was he used this username to make people fool, so that they can believe that he's a real police officer, cyber police man. Another tactic you can see here, he has a cover picture with a police officer. इसने एक कवर फोटो लगाई है एक पुलिस ऑफिसर के साथ, ताकि लोगों को और ज्यादा यकीन हो जाए कि यस ही इज वर्किंग इन मुंबई पुलिस और वॉट एवर इट इज he claims. And the third thing is he has a blue tick because he was a digital marketing guy. He knows how to get a blue tick. आज के टाइम में हम सबको पता है ब्लू टिक कैसे मिलता है। आप जाओ, मेरे पास तो पूरी लिस्ट है। आपके पास पैसे हैं, आप खर्च करो, just contact the companies like media agencies like Forbes, Hindustan Times. They will publish your article. All you need to just pay them money. Once you pay them money, they will publish whatever you want to get published. So this is very sad. ये मीडिया की जो बोलते हैं ना क्रेडिबिलिटी, उस पर भी एक क्वेश्चन मार्क खड़ा करता है कि पैसे लेके जर्नलिस्ट जो ये पेड और फेक न्यूज़ पब्लिश कर देते हैं, ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा खतरा है. सो ये ब्लू टिक देखने से क्या होता है, लोग समझते हैं कि ये पर्सन ऑथेंटिक है, तो इसलिए ऐसे लोगों से लोग बहुत ज्यादा उनसे कांटेक्ट करने की कोशिश करते हैं और उनको लगता है ये ऑथेंटिक है. वो अपनी सारी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन उनको नहीं भी शेयर करनी चाहिए, वो अपनी पर्सनल इन्फॉर्मेशन शेयर कर देते हैं. सो ऑलवेज बी वेयर ऑफ सच काइंड ऑफ पीपल. वी वर्क वेरी हार्ड टू because of this guy, as per my knowledge, 5 or 6 young boys were being suicidal, even want to tried to commit suicide. So when it came to me that when I saw that his activities, he was becoming a threat to the society, and therefore I decided to to contact the law enforcement and to ask them why is he a real person or he is just misusing your name. मैं स्पेशली थैंक्स बोलना चाहूंगा रितेश भाटिया सर का. उन्होंने बहुत हेल्प किया हमारी. और प्रियम शुक्ला नाम का एक अभी जर्नलिज्म का बच्चा है, उसने भी बहुत हेल्प किया हमारी. और उसके बाद किसी तरह से प्रेशर बनाते बनाते हमने महाराष्ट्र साइबर पे प्रेशर बनाया और फाइनली जाके इसका जिस अकाउंट से ये फ्रॉड करता था, his Instagram account, Subham Cyber को, finally they deleted his account, and I'm glad that I have also written an article on my blog. अगर आप वो पढ़ोगे तो आपको पूरा इंसिडेंट समझ आएगा कि ये कैसे क्या हरकतें करता था, कैसे करता था. So please do not trust blindly, because a blue tick badge doesn't mean the person is authentic. So please, मैं स्पेशली ये उनसे बोलना चाहूंगा जो नॉन टेकीज हैं कि ब्लू टिक देख के आप ये मत समझो कि वो पर्सन ऑथेंटिक है या वो जो क्लेम कर रहा है वो सही है. Because your safety is in your own hands. So coming back to data privacy and safety. So as I told you that our all activities are being monitored by apps. So our privacy is at highly risk. It is at risk. It is very obvious. And kids and women they are being targeted. Mostly, I receive almost every day message from a girl that someone is morphing with my photo. Someone is doing this. Someone is harassing me. Someone is pulling. So it's very disappointing. I feel very sad for them. And games like PUBG, as I told, they are making teens and children violent and aggressive. And when it comes to apps, some apps are highly dangerous, like I mentioned, Face app. So it is my request and appeal to Honorable Prime Minister. Like recently on 15th of August, he announced the new cybersecurity policies. It was really a great news for all of us. So I would request to Honorable Prime Minister to please pass the personal data protection bill. Let me tell you about this. Actually, in 2017, Ministry of IT and they had formed a committee to study issues related to data privacy, or you can say data protection. So committee was chaired by retired Supreme Court Judge Justice PM Sri Krishna, and committee submitted the draft Personal Data Protection Bill in 2018 July, in the month of July 2018. It's still pending, and that's why I am saying that Government of India should pass the Personal Data Protection Bill of India as soon as possible, so that at least our data, our data and everything, we for our surety, I am requesting to Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable IT Minister to pass this bill. So as I told you earlier that due to COVID-19 pandemic, everyone is dependent on internet. If you talk about kids, if you talk about ourselves, everyone, we are working from home. We are this is a very nice and very, I would must say that it's a great conference, RESTCON. So, but we are doing it virtually. Why? Because of this pandemic. अगर ये कोरोना ना होता तो हम इसको, हो सकता है हम फिजिकली करते तो बहुत मजा आता है. और ये ये मेरा, आई थिंक ये मेरा दूसरा तीसरा ही एक्सपीरियंस है वर्चुअली टॉक देने का. सो आई एम नॉट मच फैमिलियर विद वर्चुअल टॉक्स. आई ऑलवेज लव स्टेज पे ही मुझे बोलना अच्छा लगता है, और वहां पे वो अलग ही मजा आता है, आप खुल के अपनी बातों को रख सकते हो. पर मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, एंड I'm still, I'm again thanking Mr. Gaurav Singh for inviting me. I was there, actually I was little bit sick here. I have some cold issues. So, so let's talk about, so the COVID-19 pandemic is main reason behind rapid increase in cybercrime during lockdown. Now culprits are taking advantage of it to bully, harass, abuse, blackmail citizens. Women and children are easy target because they are completely, as I told you, they are completely unaware of about safety measures, or if you say what are the procedures if they want to report a cybercrime, they don't know what to do. So, massive awareness needs to be created. So that's why I highly appreciate RESTCON team for conducting this huge conference, virtual conference. So this kind of, awareness is much required. That's why I decided this topic instead of any other topic. Like I was planning to talk about Ethernet, and but then I thought that because in this lockdown there are so many cyber crimes are happening, especially harassment, cyberbullying, cyber abuse, pornography, blackmailing. These crimes are happening in this law. So we should raise our voice. What's happening right now, we should talk about it. So that's why I chose this topic. So as I told you, massive awareness needs to be created among women, especially among women and children, regarding the safe use of smartphones, computers, and the internet. Going forward, so, in this pandemic, we all receive lots of scam messages, spams. I too receive SMSs and something like that. You are eligible, as you can see in here, you are eligible for 75% discount on COVID-19 antibody test done at home, at your home. Test was worth 29 rupees just at 600. Click here. So once you click, it could be a malicious site, it could be a phishing site, it could be anything. It could be a malware. Once you clicked here, if you don't know much about safety and security, you are easy target. Maybe it's a phishing site where you see a clone page of Facebook. वहाँ पे एक Facebook का clone page देखते हो. Once you enter your username and password, it will go to the attacker. आपका Facebook account 2 मिनट में hack हो गया. So always, here I would say that always enable two-way authentication. It is very useful if you don't want to lose your Facebook account or any other social media account, because I think all social media accounts they have the two-way authentication option. So always enable this option. It is very useful. Oh, talking about the cyber criminals, they should also know that their digital footprints. Whenever, like right now, I am recording my session. So if I'm online, I'm leaving my footprints. So if I did something on internet, on social media, anywhere, all my activities will remain. They won't go anywhere. Even if I destroy my laptop, I destroy my smartphone, I जला दूं उनको, मैं तोड़ दूं, मेरे डिजिटल फुटप्रिंट्स हमेशा रहेंगे. तो मैं सारा डेटा को डिलीट कर दूं. All the deleted data or account, everything can be retrieved. So those who believe that being anonymous or anonymity will protect them, so it's just an illusion. If अगर आप किसी अच्छे इंटरपोल या किसी अच्छे लॉ इन्फोर्समेंट एजेंसी के हाथ में आ गए, तो वो आपको खोज निकालेंगे, आप चाहे जहां छुप के बैठे हो. So these are some common cyber crimes are happening in this pandemic. Like I told you earlier, cyberbullying, and I received so many messages, especially from girls. I would say that almost 75% messages I receive of which I receive, they all are girls. So cyberbullying, photomorphing, where the culprit will take your photo and they will Photoshop it, they will edit it, and वो आपकी नग्न तस्वीरें जो है वो फोन साइट्स पे डाल देंगे, सोशल मीडिया पे डाल देंगे, आप ही को भेज के ब्लैकमेल कर सकते हैं. साइबर स्टॉकिंग हो गया, पोर्नोग्राफी हो गया, पेडो फिल्म्स की बहुत डिमांड है. अभी मैंने पढ़ा था रिसेंटली, किसी पोर्न वेबसाइट का दावा था कि इस कोविड-19 पैंडेमिक में 90% हाइक हुआ है इंडियंस का पोर्नोग्राफी देखने में. तो इंडियंस मतलब बहुत ज्यादा पोर्नोग्राफी देख रहे हैं. ये सब चीजें तो बहुत गलत है. So the thing is, it is especially for those who don't know how to report a cyber crime. Our government of India, our central government, has provided us a portal which is called National Cybercrime Reporting Portal, cybercrime.gov.in. यहाँ पे आपको 3 ऑप्शन मिलते हैं. You can directly report women, child-related crimes. If you want to hide your identity, you can hide it. You can report anonymously. So, and the third one is report other cybercrime, like अगर आपके साथ कोई बैंकिंग रिलेटेड फ्रॉड हो जाता है, या फिर आपके साथ कोई आप एक यंग हो, I mean you are not a minor child, you are you are 18 plus, then you can report by clicking on report other cybercrime. So this is a very good initiative by Government of India, and the best part of this portal is what I personally love, that it is it is interconnected with each and every police station across the nation. ये सारे भी इस पूरे भारत में जितने भी स्टेट्स हैं, और उन सारी स्टेट्स में, जैसे मेरा स्टेट है उत्तर प्रदेश, उत्तर प्रदेश में 80 जिले हैं, 80 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स इन उत्तर प्रदेश, तो ये सारे जिलों में जुड़े हैं। और ये भारत के हर राज्य में, लाइक यू कैन सी MH मीन्स महाराष्ट्र, यूपी, उत्तर प्रदेश, मध्य प्रदेश, हरियाणा, तमिलनाडु, राजस्थान, so Delhi, so it is interconnected with each and every police station, or you can say cyber cell. So how it works, how cybercrime.gov.in portal works, you just need to visit the website and you need to file an online complaint. You will get an acknowledgement number, and you can also download a PDF of your complaint. And once you file a complaint, I think within 48 or 72 hours, working days, your complaint will go to your nearest police station, which you will mention during filing the complaint. And you will receive a phone call from the police station to, visit the police station in person for the written statement. So, there is one very important thing is always keep all the evidences secured. बहुत लोगों को मैंने देखा, अभी मेरे पास रिसेंटली एक लड़की का मैसेज आया था, उसने बोला कि सर मेरे साथ ऐसा ऐसा हो गया, और एक लड़का जो है उसने वही किया था, उसने फोटो मॉर्फिंग की थी उसकी, तो उसने चेहरा उसका था और उसने किसी पॉर्न स्टार का उसमें लगा के फोटो में एडिटिंग करके उसको भेजा। तो उसने मुझे बताया कि मेरे साथ ऐसा ऐसा हुआ है। तो मैंने उससे कहा कि आप ऐसा करो कि आप यहाँ पे जाओ और एविडेंसेस के साथ आप cybercrime.gov.in पे उनको बताओ कि मेरे साथ ऐसा ऐसा हुआ है, उस एविडेंस को आप रखना कि ये बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग एविडेंस है। उसने बोला कि मैंने वो डिलीट कर दिया। तो never delete any kind of, if it is either it is call recording, screenshot, chat conversation or anything, never ever delete any evidence, because आपके जो एविडेंस है ना वो बहुत बड़ा वेपन है आपके लिए, so कभी भी उसको डिलीट मत करिए। So you know what, there are so many loopholes in our law enforcement. I have never seen anyone talking about the loopholes in law enforcement agencies, but I have personally seen, as you can see here, it's not necessary that you always get a response after filing an online complaint. ये जरूरी नहीं कि आपको वहां से रिस्पॉन्स आया ही कंप्लेंट फाइल करने के बाद, बहुत केसेस में नहीं आता है, बिकॉज as I told you, especially in rural areas, the cyber cells are incapable to solve. उनको तो मतलब अभी जैसे कि मैंने बताया टॉयलेट के ऊपर लिखा है साइबर सेल, वो they are completely unaware of, they are untrained, they are unprofessionals. वो डॉक्यूमेंट्स पे है कि हाँ ये डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, यहाँ पे साइबर सेल एग्जिस्ट करती है, वो डॉक्यूमेंट तक ही है, उसके बाहर नहीं है। हाँ, कोई बहुत बड़ा केस चला जाता है, बहुत ही कॉम्प्लिकेटेड, या फिर कोई हाई प्रोफाइल केस चला जाता है, तो वो उसको ट्रांसफर कर देते हैं उस स्टेट की जो कैपिटल होता है। जैसे कि मेरा स्टेट उत्तर प्रदेश है, तो मेरा जो कैपिटल है लखनऊ, वो वहां उसको फॉरवर्ड कर देंगे, तो लखनऊ साइबर सेल उसको इन्वेस्टिगेट करे। सो and the most important thing, I would personally like to request law enforcement agencies, especially police officers, because when the victim visits the police station, I have personally seen it, not seen it, but what victims told me in the past, और एक नहीं, कम से कम 10-15 लोगों ने मुझे बताया, जब वो जाते हैं आपके पुलिस स्टेशन में और अपनी कंप्लेंट्स लेके, चाहे वो छोटी कंप्लेंट हो या बड़ी कंप्लेंट हो साइबर क्राइम्स को लेके, और खास तौर पे लड़कियां, बहुत सारी लड़कियां पुलिस स्टेशन में गई, और पुलिस में मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ ये जान के कि पुलिस उनको कन्विंस करने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आप मत करो, प्लीज डोंट फाइल कंप्लेंट, इट विल टेक 2-3 months, एंड आपको बहुत बार पुलिस स्टेशन में आना पड़ेगा, आपको कोर्ट के चक्कर, कचहरी के चक्कर लगाने पड़ेंगे। तो आप उनको प्लीज ये सब बोल के, आप दे आर they are victims, they are already facing issues, you are just making it devil. What are you doing? You're a police officer, man. Your job is to to protect them, to assure them that yes, we are with you. But what you are doing, you are discouraging them by saying that do not file the complaint. I have received so many messages from, especially from girls, in this pandemic where nobody wants to leave their home. They are going to the police stations, and the police officer is saying that do not file the complaint because you need to you need to suffer a lot. You need to come to the police station so many times. You need to go to court and all. It will take lots of months. Why are you doing this? Because of these things, fake cyber experts, or you can say cyber criminals like Shubham Singh, you are opening doors for them, ताकि वो ऐसे अपने भी, उसने जैसे कि रिसेंटली एक अपना क्लेम किया था कि महाराष्ट्र मुंबई पुलिस जो है वो कोविड-19 में बहुत ज्यादा बिजी है, तो मैंने ये डिसाइड किया कि ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ मुंबई पुलिस आई विल सॉल्व ऑल द साइबर क्राइम केसेस. So what is this? So आप इन लोगों को ये मौका दे रहे हो कि ये कल कोई जो है, ये भी हो सकता है कि कोई बोले कि Honorable Prime Minister is damn busy in this COVID-19 pandemic, so therefore I am taking an initiative of opening an online portal where everyone can file report their complaint. तो आप क्यों ऐसा कर रहे हो? Please, if any victim is going to the police station or cyber cell, please cooperate. So as I told you, there is a question mark on law enforcement agencies. Let me show you two scenarios. You will easily understand what I'm trying to say and why I'm so much upset with law enforcement agencies. I think this is the first time I'm talking about, law enforcement agencies and these things, because it is very necessary to talk. This is the time to raise the voice. सच्चाई बोलने का वक्त आ गया है. अगर हम सच को झुठलाएंगे या उसको सिर्फ पर्दा डालेंगे, मैं चाहता तो कोई भी टॉपिक, जैसे कि मैंने अभी आपको बताया कि मैं इथरनेट पे बोलना चाहता था, मैं स्लाइड्स बना के 15 मिनट में खत्म कर देता. हाँ, ये कोड भी है. तो ये किसी भी टॉपिक पे, साइबर सिक्योरिटी, it's like an ocean. It's a very vast field. So मैंने ये टॉपिक को सोच समझ के डिसाइड किया था कि कम से कम लॉ एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसीज के ऊपर ताकि थोड़ा प्रेशर बनाया जा सके. एंड दैट्स व्हाई वी आर आल्सो प्लानिंग फॉर अ थिंक टैंक, जहां पे हम सब, हमारा पूरा नेशनल इंफॉर्मेशन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल, हमारा हैकर्स डे, और हमारे जितने भी साथी हैं, चाहे वो हमारे रिसेट हैकर्स हो गए, हमारे गौरव सिंह जी हो गए, और 3D हैक, 3D हैक हमारे शुभम गौतम जी हो गए, दीपक कुमार जी हो गए, रक्षित सर को आप देखिए, रक्षित टंडन सर को, ही इज अ perfect example, if you talk about cyber awareness. रक्षित सर एक बहुत बड़ी मिसाल है. उन्होंने आई थिंक 3 मिलियन से ज्यादा लोगों को अभी तक ट्रेन किया है, and he is still training people each and every day. And our we feel, ये हमारे लिए गर्व की बात है कि हमारे देश में रक्षित टंडन सर जैसे लोग हैं। रितेश भाटिया सर की बात कर लेते हैं। रितेश भाटिया सर हैं जो कि मुंबई, पूरे महाराष्ट्र में जाने माने साइबर क्राइम इन्वेस्टिगेटर हैं। तो ऐसे बहुत सारे, दिनेश परिजा सर हो गए, प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर त्रिवेणी सिंह सर हो गए, इन्होंने बहुत सारे साइबर क्राइम केसेस सॉल्व किए हैं। यही मैं चाहता हूं कि जैसे त्रिवेणी सर हैं, इन्हीं की तरह जितनी भी लॉ इन्फोर्समेंट एजेंसीज हैं, जितने भी ये साइबर सेल ऑफिसर्स हैं, त्रिवेणी सिंह जैसा बनिए, उनके जैसा तेज बनिए, केसेस को क्रैक करिए, विक्टिम्स को हटाइए मत, उनको कंफ्यूज मत करिए, उनको कन्विंस करने की कोशिश मत करिए कि आप FIR मत करो। तो लेट मी शो यू टू scenarios, 2 examples. This is example 1. Here you can see on Hindustan Times article. This is article of Hindustan. Sonakshi Sinha files FIR against cyber bullies, 1 arrested. So what happened? Someone was bullying Sonakshi Sinha. She filed an FIR against that guy on August 14th. Currently, she is, associated with a campaign called Mission Josh, and my senior colleague and cybercrime investigator, Mr. Ritesh Bhatia sir, helped her in this case. So I must appreciate Ritesh sir for helping her in this case. This is very good that he helped her, and the most and the best part of this case is the Mumbai Cyber Cell cracked the case within 6 days. Within 6 days they found the culprit named Shashikant Jadhav, and he got arrested from Aurangabad. So this is a perfect example of rapid action and excellent investigation done by law enforcement agencies. This is what we, हम यही उम्मीद करते हैं law enforcement agencies से। तो एक तरफ ये है, और मैं आपको दूसरा सिनेरियो दिखाता हूँ। This is example 2. You can clearly see a rape threat in this. There is a chat conversation between a male and a female. A girl got threatened of rape by her own boss. He proposed her. She denied. He started, abusing her. And she filed online complaint at cybercrime.gov.in. She contacted National Commission for Women and filed complaint there too. Nothing happened on both sides. She visited her local police station and cyber cell in person. Still nothing happened. She tweeted on Twitter with the screenshots. She mentioned police officer, posted on Instagram, everywhere. Nothing happened. They were just giving her fake hope. So the guy was abusing her. I have hidden everything, the name of the person, the abusive vulgar words. He was using very vulgar words. He was talking about rods in chat screenshot. If you will read the chat conversation, you will lose your mind. You will get shocked. क्या हम एक और निर्भया केस देखना चाहते हैं? The victim, she was so much scared of being raped. She was so much scared. She reported everywhere, nothing happened. Law enforcement agencies were sleeping. What they waiting for? Another Nirbhaya case. My question to them is, because the culprit is, talking about rods and all. in the chat. He's threatening her. This is very unfortunate, you know. After seeing when anyone, एक आम इंसान भी ऐसी घटिया वाहियात चैट देखने के बाद उसको भी गुस्सा आ जाएगा, वो भी एक स्टैंड ले लेगा उस लड़की के लिए। पर लॉ एनफोर्समेंट, उसने हर जगह, मुझे इस बात को बहुत दुख हुआ कि उसने हर जगह एक्सीडेंटली, मुझे जब उसके बारे में पता चला मैं शॉक्ड रह गया एकदम से ये जान के कि उसने मतलब सब जगह रिपोर्ट करने के बाद भी उसने बताया कि उसको कोई रिस्पॉन्स ही नहीं है। cybercrime.gov.in पे रिपोर्ट करने के बाद उसको पुलिस स्टेशन से कॉल आना चाहिए, नहीं आया। वो नेशनल कमीशन फॉर विमेंस पे जाके वो बात किया उसने पर्सनली उनसे, ट्विटर पे उसने कंप्लेंट फाइल किया, उन्होंने उसको झूठा दिलासा दिया, कुछ नहीं किया असली में। फाइनली जब उससे मैंने बात किया, मैं खुद बहुत दुखी था। Then I contacted the DCP of that city. I messaged him on Twitter, and I would appreciate that he replied back. And once he replied, I gave him all the information, and thankfully now her case is under investigation. And as per my knowledge, I think her boss, the culprit, is वो शायद अरेस्ट हो चुका है जितना मुझे पता है। So here question, what to do if you did not get any response? जैसा कि अभी मैंने आपको इस केस में दो सिनेरियोस दिखाए, क्योंकि सोनाक्षी सिन्हा जी एक सेलिब्रिटी हैं, शी इज अ सेलिब्रिटी, यू नो, इसलिए उनकी केस को हाई प्रायोरिटी पे दिया गया। इट वॉज अ नॉर्मल केस, जस्ट साइबर, अगर उनके लेवल के हिसाब से देखा जाए, शी इज अ सेलिब्रिटी, उनके पास सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स हैं, वो कहीं जा रही तो उनके पास पूरा स्टाफ है, एक गाड़ी से नहीं 3-4 गाड़ियों से तुरंत से। हाँ, उनके पिताजी भी रह चुके हैं, एक्टर और पॉलिटिशियन भी, तो उनको कोई थ्रेट नहीं, उनको कोई खतरा नहीं। तो जब, लेकिन बिकॉज वो एक सेलिब्रिटी हैं, लॉ एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसीज के कान खड़े हो गए और उन्होंने वहां पे तुरंत एक्टिवली काम किया। लेकिन जब एक कॉमन पर्सन को एक यू नो रेप का थ्रेट, उसके बॉस, जिसको पता है कि मुझको कौन थ्रेट दे रहा है, उसका बॉस दे रहा है, तो लॉ एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसी सो रही है, ये बहुत डिसअपॉइंटिंग है। सो यू नो what to do if you don't get any response from law enforcement agencies. Always try to stay in touch with the cyber security individual, I would say. आप किसी न किसी साइबर सिक्योरिटी इंडिविजुअल के टच में रहिए हमेशा, ताकि because we all, not just me, not just Rakshit sir or Ritesh sir, no, I think each and every one of us, यहाँ पे जो लोग, जितने लोग बैठ के ये मुझे सुन रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है, मुझे उम्मीद है कि वो सब हेल्प करना चाहेंगे लोगों की। तो जो विक्टिम्स हैं उनसे कांटेक्ट करिए। इफ यू आर लर्नर, वी ऑल आर लर्नर, when someone asks, कोई मुझसे पूछा है, मैं हमेशा अपने आप को लर्नर, because we are not experts. The day we will start calling ourselves expert will be the day we will stop learning. So always be a learner and keep learning. So the thing is, we are here to help each and everyone. If you are nobody, we will guide you, and we will connect you with law enforcement agencies. And Twitter, sometimes it really helps. Twitter, you can DM, means directly message to your police officer or the police station. They respond there. And email your complaint to the police station or directly call them. If nothing is happening, email them or call them. If you don't know the email ID of your police station, contact, as I told you, stay in touch with the cybersecurity professional. Uh, he or she will give you the email ID of the authentic person. So, what are the precautions? At least know your rights. Learn some, some basic IT Act 2000 laws, like section 66 और section 67 तो हमको एटलीस्ट पता ही होना चाहिए. 66A, 66B, 66C, D, E, F जितने भी होते हैं, और section 67 ये सब हमें पता ही होना चाहिए. section 72 आ गया, 72A आ गया. सेक्शन 354D है, ये स्पेशली वुमेन के लिए है, ये आपको पता होना चाहिए अगर आप एक महिला हैं. इसके अलावा मैं कुछ स्पेशली विमेन और टीन्स और जो न्यूबीज हैं, मैं उनको कुछ टिप्स देना चाहूंगा. most of the cyber crimes are happening on Instagram, especially when it comes to women or children. सबसे ज्यादा इंस्टाग्राम पे इस समय हो रहा है. So always keep your account private if you are a female or a teenager or a minor. Always keep your account private and only allow those requests. उन्हें रिक्वेस्ट को अलाउ करिए जिनको आप पर्सनली जानते हो. कोई आपको फॉलो करने के लिए रिक्वेस्ट भेज रहा है तो आप उसको एक्सेप्ट मत कर लीजिए ब्लाइंडली. और उसके बाद फेसबुक हो गया और या जितने भी सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, मैं महिलाओं और बच्चों के लिए स्पेशली बोल रहा हूँ, कोई भी पोस्ट करिए उसको पब्लिकली पोस्ट मत करिए. उसमें ऑप्शन रहते हैं फ्रेंड्स के, तो हमेशा सिक्योरिटी, अपनी प्राइवेसी को मद्देनजर रखते हुए ही पोस्ट करिए और अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ ही पोस्ट करिए. और जैसे कि मैंने बोला, स्ट्रेंजर्स को अपनी फ्रेंड लिस्ट में कभी ऐड मत करिए या उनको अपने फॉलोइंग लिस्ट में मत आने दीजिए. एंड ऑल्सो डू नॉट इंस्टॉल एंड कीप अननेसेसरी एप्स. लाइक मैंने अभी बताया आपको कुछ ऐप के बारे में. एक फेस ऐप आई थी बीच में, स्पेशली विमेन. अगर आप देखेंगे उनके फोन में बहुत सारे कोलाज मेकर्स, ये पिक्चर एडिटिंग एप्स, ब्यूटी प्लस एंड ऑल, ये सारी एप्स बहुत सारी पड़ी रहती हैं. सो बिफोर इंस्टॉलिंग एनी ऐप, ऑलवेज रीड द नेगेटिव रिव्यूज. गो टू द प्ले स्टोर, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल see the ratings, and then before installing read the reviews and especially the negative reviews. क्या होता है, जो नेगेटिव रिव्यूज होते हैं ना, कई बार वो जो यूजर्स होते हैं वो सच्चाई उसमें लिखते हैं. इसलिए नेगेटिव रिव्यूज जरूर पढ़िए किसी भी ऐप को इंस्टॉल करने से पहले. एंड ऑल्सो वन मोर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज, डोंट इंस्टॉल एनी ऐप. कोई नई ऐप आई है तुरंत मार्केट में और वो एकदम ट्रेंडिंग पे है, तो उसको ब्लाइंडली आप उस पर टच करके उसको वो मत करने लगिए इंस्टॉल. जैसे कि फेस ऐप के साथ हुआ था, वो आई और लोगों ने ब्लाइंडली उसको करना स्टार्ट कर दिया इंस्टॉल. So and always keep your all the applications and your operating system, either it is your smartphone or your PC or your laptop, always keep it up to date. And as I told you, always enable two-way authentication. So and always back up your data. Time to time अपने data को backup करते रहिए. So and don't click on fishy site links, as I told you previously that it could be a phishing site, it could be a malicious site, it could be a malware, ransomware, or anything. So don't click on fishy sites, links. So always download apps, from Play Store if you are an Android user, and always download from Apple Store if you are using Apple phone, iPhone. So thank you so much for listening to me, and I hope you liked my thoughts, especially about the law enforcement. I tried to raise voice and by showing some cases, some examples that what is the ground reality of cyber cells and everything in our country, how privacy is a major challenge in our country, and how India is, ranked one if it comes to cyberbullying. So again, I would like to thank Mr. Gaurav Singh and whole team of RESTCON, Reset Hackers. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak. Here are some informations of mine. You can contact me for any kind of query. So thank you so very much.
everyone, my name is Tajur Khan and I'm the CEO and founder of Ethical Learner. So basically I'm a security researcher, also an ethical hacker. So we are the good guys, we break things to make them better. Okay, so before starting my talk on the future of IoT and its security, I would like to say thanks to the whole team of Resethacker for having me here and for organizing this great event. Okay, so before any further ado, let's get started.
I start my days, sun rays. I tap the phone, coffee's on. I mow the lawn, impressing Sean. So connected, so effective. I let it drop, clean it up. Heat and smart, I do my part. Get in the car.
What is the agenda of today's talk? So first of all, I will be talking about the introduction to Internet of Things or IoT, and after that I'll be talking about the IoT devices and IoT components, and after that I will be talking about the future of IoT and the security risk associated with IoT, and at the end I will be talking about the recommendation and the precautions. Okay, so whenever you are going to purchase a new IoT device for you, or I can say that whenever you are going to purchase a new smart device for you, so there are some precautions and there are some security measures that you have to take care of them. So what is Internet of Things or IoT? So if I tell you that there are lots of smart devices around us, like our smartphone or our smart watches, or there are lots of devices. Basically they are connected to each other and they are communicating with each other 24/7. Okay, so the Internet of Things or IoT is made up of devices that connect to the internet and share data with each other. Okay, so nowadays IoT devices not only include computer, laptops or our smartphones, but also objects that have been equipped with chips together and they can actually communicate data over a network. Internet of Things or IoT is basically a $1 trillion market. Okay, so when we talk about internet or IoT, so internet or IoT is generating more and more value every day. Okay, so that's why most of the companies are interested in IoT and they are actually investing in IoT. Okay, so because they know the future of IoT, because in future IoT is going to transform the world. In future the IoT is going to transforming the life of people. Okay, because every day if we talk about India, in like if we compare today like 2022, like 5 year, if we go 5 year back from now, okay, we can actually understand the difference. Okay, because nowadays everyone is coming on the internet, every company is coming over the internet, every business coming over the internet, everything is on the internet. Okay, so when everything is connected to the internet, so everything will be on the basis of IoT. Okay, in the future. Okay, so that's why every company is interesting, most of the companies are interesting in IoT, and that's why they are spending and they are investing lots of money. So we are having lots of wonderful IoT devices available in the market. Okay, so I'm going to share some devices which is already available in the market with you guys. Okay, so that you can actually understand how IoT is changing our day-to-day life. Okay, so first of all, the first example I'm taking the happy fork. Okay, so the thing is that we don't need this fork at all. Okay, but like the company behind this fork, they actually the Happy Labs. Okay, so they made this fork. Okay, so the work of this fork is that they can this fork can actually collect the pattern of our eating habits. Like actually, let's suppose it is very actually helpful for those people who are actually on who wants to go on a diet, who wants to uh, lose their weight. Okay, so this fork will help to generate or to collect the eating pattern of that person. Okay, so this is not a very innovative invention or something like that. Okay, but this will help you somewhere. Okay, so we according to me, we don't need this happy fork at all. Okay, now the second thing is my whistle cap. Okay, cup. Okay, so this can be a good invention. Okay, this is a very good invention, according to me. Okay, so this is a cup. Actually it can hold some water. Okay, so it can hold some water and it can actually boil the water. Okay, so this is very much helpful for taking coffee or for taking tea. Okay, so this is also a wireless, it's having a wireless charging ability. Okay, so we can actually charge this cup without any wire. Okay, so this is a great invention. Okay, and this comes into the IoT. We can actually handle, we can actually control this device by using our mobile phone. We can actually see that how much coffee we are having in the cup, or we can actually see that how much the what exactly the temperature of coffee. Okay, so after this we are having one more IoT device, and this device name is glucose monitoring. Okay, so basically a cellular powered glucose meter transmit each test result to a secure server and provide instant feedback. Okay, so basically this is very much helpful in the field of medical. Okay, in the field of healthcare. Okay, so this is a very good invention. Okay, so again the credit goes to the IoT. Okay, so basically this is how IoT is basically changing our day-to-day life, or this is how IoT is helping us for making our by making our life better. Okay, so after this we have one more example, and this is a really great example in terms of security. Okay, so we have one more smart home security device. Okay, so this home security device, we can actually install this device in our homes. Okay, so whenever we are not in the home, we can actually see what exactly going on inside our home. Okay, we can take care of our pet. We can actually see what exactly is going on our in our home. Okay, so how these devices works. Okay, so basically these devices take some collect some data. Okay, with the help of some devices like your video cameras, or with the help of some uh, audio recorders. Okay, so they take some data from us. Okay, with the help of our devices, and they send that data to the cloud. Okay, after sending the data to the cloud, they used to process the data. Okay, and after processing the data, they will actually generate some result, and they send the result to us. Okay, so as you can see this picture. Okay, so in this picture there is written. Okay, so the all is calm at home is written over there. Okay, that means according to that this home security system, so everything is calm at home. Okay, if there is any suspicious activity in the home, this app can actually this security system can actually detect that system, and they can actually generate an alert for us, and we will get to know that what exactly going inside our home. Okay, so apart from this, we have lots of smart gadgets available in the market. Okay, so just like our smart toothbrush, smart egg tray, smart pro pen tank, smart washing machine, and Bluetooth enabled insoles. Okay, so basically this is the picture of Bluetooth enabled insoles. Okay, so what is the working methodologies of this is Bluetooth enabled insole. Okay, so whenever we are going for a walk or something like that, we can actually wear these shoes. Okay, so by these shoes we can actually collect the pattern of our walking pattern. We can actually track our workout. Okay, so this is how they are helpful for us. Okay, just like our smart egg tray. Okay, so smart egg tray will, like, there is we can actually access that smart egg tray with our mobile phone. Okay, so there will be a app in our mobile phone. Okay, by which we can actually see that how many eggs are available in the tray. Okay, and when we talk about a smart washing machine, we can actually handle that smart washing machine from our phone. Okay, so let's suppose we are going somewhere and we don't have time to actually manually start the machine, or to actually use that machine. Okay, so we can actually handle that machine by using our mobile phone. Okay, so these are the IoT devices available in the market, and they are helping us in our daily lives. Okay, so these are basically changing our lives. These are basically making our lives great. Okay, And basically IoT devices are transforming our future, or we can say that these devices are like booming the market. Okay, so if we talk about the future of IoT, okay, so in future of IoT, like if we like from 5 years from now, okay, so there will be lots of changes. You can see the lots of changes in the future. Okay, so in next slides I'm going to actually tell you or predict the future of IoT. Okay, so by my prediction you will actually understand that how IoT is going to change the future. Actually every IoT device consists of four components, four essential components. Okay, four fundamental components of any IoT system. Okay, so which tells us about how a IoT system works. Okay, so first of all, the first component is sensor or device. Okay, so sensor or device help in collecting every minute of data from the surrounding environment. Okay, so all of this collected data basically can have various degrees of complexities. Okay, ranging from a simple temperature monitoring sensor or a complex full video feed. Okay, so a device can have multiple sensors that can bundle together to do more than just sense the things. Okay, for example, our phone is a device, okay, that has multiple sensors such as GPS, accelerometer, gyroscope sensor, camera, but our phone does not simply sense the things. Okay, the most rudimentary step will always remain to pick and collect data from the surrounding environment, and be it a standalone sensor or multiple devices. Okay, so it's all about the devices. Okay, sensors, it's all about the sensor and the devices. Okay, so after sensor and devices we have the second fundamental component, which is connectivity. Okay, so that collected data which we already collected using sensors or devices. Okay, so that collected data is sent to a cloud infrastructure, but it needs a medium for transport. Okay, so let's suppose if you are sending any data from one system to another system, so we need any medium to send that data. Okay, so the sensor can be connected to the cloud through various medium of communication and transport. Okay, so such as any cellular network or any satellite network, sometime Wi-Fi, or sometime by using Bluetooth. Okay, or so every option we choose has some specification and trade-offs. Okay, so between power consumption, range and bandwidth, so choosing the best connectivity option in the IoT system is important. Okay, so the thing is that if we are collecting any data from sensors or devices, we need a connectivity, we need a good connectivity, so that we can actually send that device data from that device to the cloud. Okay, for so sending the data we need a proper we need a good connectivity. Okay, so after connectivity we have third component, we have third essential component of IoT is data processing. Okay, so once the data is collected and it gets to the cloud, okay, the software perform processing on the acquired data. Okay, so this can range from something very simple such as checking that the temperature reading on devices such as AC or your heaters. Okay, so is within acceptable range. Okay, so it can sometimes also be very complex, such as identifying objects such as like your intruders in your home. Okay, if you are implementing any security system in your home, so that can actually identify the intruders in your home, okay, using computer vision on a video. But there might be a situation when a user interaction is required. Okay, for example, what if when the temperature is too high, or if there is an intruder in your house, so that's where the user comes into the picture. Okay, so after connectivity, after collecting the data and after sending the data from the device to the cloud, so we have the third step in which we actually process the data, so by which actually we get some results. Okay, by processing the data. Okay, so after data processing we have fourth component, which is user interface. Okay, so now the information made available to the end user in some way. Okay, let's suppose there is an intruder in our home. Okay, so after sending the data to the cloud and the data has been processed. Okay, so according to the processed data, so there is an intruder in our home, in our house. Okay, so that device or that smart device will generate an alert for us. Okay, So the information made available to the end user in some way that this can be achieved by triggering alarm on our phones, okay, or notifying through text or emails, okay. So they can actually after processing the data, these devices can actually send us mails. They can actually generate an alarm, as I told you, okay, or they can actually simply send any text message, okay. So a user sometimes might also have an interface through which they can actually actively check in on their IoT system. For example, a user has a camera installed in a house, okay, so he might want to check the video recording and all the feeds through the web server, okay. So he can actually check that what exactly is going inside his home or in his house. But the thing is that before coming on the user interface, the data has to be processed, the data has to be in the cloud of that system or that IoT device, okay. So here are my 6 prediction about the future of IoT and its security as well. So there are not, like, these are not any random predictions, or these are basically the prediction on the basis of some data, or you can say that on the basis of some surveys, okay. So the thing is that I'm not any baba or someone like that. I'm just a guy who loves the technology. That's why I can predict the future of IoT and its security. So guys, believe me, it's gonna be boom. It's going to boom, and it's going to change this world. And it's going to transform this world from like you cannot understand, you cannot predict about it. So here is my first prediction about the future of IoT and its security. Okay, so by 2025 it is estimated that there will be more than 21 billion IoT devices available on the internet. Okay, so a quick look back shows where IoT devices are going. Okay, so let me take you back in 2016. At that time there were more than 4.7 billion things connected to the internet, or I can say that there were more than 4.7 billion smart devices connected to the internet. So right now we are in 2020. So if we try to compare 2020 to 2016, we can actually understand the difference, okay. So according to some recent surveys and the data, we can actually predict that by the end of 2021 or by the end of 2020, there will be more than 18 billion IoT devices on the internet, okay. So this is the matter of concern, this is the matter of security, okay. So now the question is, why this is the matter of concern, okay. So the thing is that when there will be more devices available on the internet, when there will be more devices connected to the internet, that will going to attract the bad people and cyber criminals, okay. Now the big question is that why they are going to attract the cyber criminals, okay. So just wait for this, I will explain this later on, okay. So here is my second prediction about the future of IoT and its security, okay. So according to me, cyber criminals will continue to use IoT devices to facilitate DDoS attack, okay. So in 2016 the word was introduced to the first Internet of Things malware, okay, and the name of that malware was Mirai malware, okay. So what exactly the malware is? So malware is basically a malicious software and these malicious software can actually infect the connected devices. And in case of IoT, these connected devices can be your security cameras, can be your DVRs, or anything which is basically connected to the internet, okay. So the Mirai malware accesses the devices using the default passwords and username, okay. So at that time that there were no security practices as such, okay. So people were using random password, or I can say that the default passwords and username more oftenly, okay. So what happened next? So the malware turned affected devices into the botnets to facilitate the DDoS attack, okay. And the aim of those cyber criminals or those cyber attackers was the big companies, okay. The companies, basically website hosting companies or software companies as well, okay. So now the thing is that our IoT devices are increasing day by day. That means the the risk of getting hacked, the risk of securities are also increasing day by day. Okay, so this is really a matter of concern, and we are the people of from cybersecurity, we are the people of cybersecurity, and it's our duty to actually aware people so that they can actually secure themselves, so they can actually basically protect themselves. Okay, so here is my third prediction about the future of IoT and its security. Okay, so according to me, in future there will be more smart cities. Okay, so there will be more cities that which will going to become smart. Okay, so what is a smart city, or what exactly the definition of a smart city? Okay, so here in India, the government of India is actually trying very hard to make our cities smart. Okay, so according to the Indian government, a city in which like there will be a proper electricity supply, there will be a proper internet connectivity, and most of the processes of that city will be automated. That city will be known as smart city. Okay, so if we talk about us, the consumers, okay, so we are the consumer of IoT devices. Okay, so we will in future, we will not be the only one who will use the IoT devices. Okay, so in future, cities and companies will increasing adopt smart technologies to save time and money. Okay, so when I say cities, that means cities means the municipal corporation or any regulatory body, like municipal corporation will use the smart devices or smart technologies so that they can actually save their time or their money. Okay, so that means in future the cities will be able to automate, as I told you, the cities will be able to automate their processes. They will be able to do their work remotely, they will be able to do their processes or manage their processes remotely, and they can actually collect the data through things like visitor kiosk or videos camera surveillance system. Okay, so let's suppose if there is a new guy in the city, so the municipal corporation or any regulatory body of that city will be able to know that who is the new guy in the city. Okay, so basically by this we can actually track some unauthorized person, we can actually track some like the criminal minded people or someone illegal, okay, in the city. Okay, but the thing is that when the most of the things in the city will be automated, that means the cyber crimes will going to increase, because the thing is that most of the people and most of the things will be on the internet, and the most devices will be on the internet. Okay, that means they can be they will be hackable. Okay, so anyone, a person who is having a good knowledge of these devices or these cyber security or the cybersecurity field or ethical hacking field, he will be able to hack these devices. Okay, so this is really a matter of concern, this is a really a matter of security. Okay, so it's up to us, it's our duty, because we people are from cybersecurity background, so we are, this is our responsibility to make people aware so that the people will like people can protect themselves. Okay, so actually it's our in our hand. Okay, it's in our hand. Okay, because the thing is that like we are the one, okay, who will going to make people aware. Okay, so I think according to me, like we people, we should conduct some awareness session continuously or like very oftenly, so that we can make people aware about these things, we can make people aware so that they can protect themselves, so they can use the devices smartly, okay, or very cleverly, so that no one can hack them. Okay, we can actually make them aware about the social engineering attacks or some basic attacks. Okay, so here is my fourth prediction about the future of IoT and its security. Okay, so according to me, artificial intelligence will continue to become a bigger thing. Okay, so when I say AI, that means I'm talking about like something very much interesting. Okay, so we all love, like we have already watched a movie, Iron Man. Okay, so in our Iron Man there is one character called Jarvis. Okay, so Jarvis is basically something which is associated with AI. Okay, so there are lots of people right now, those who are working really hard to make these things possible. Okay, so in future there will be something like Jarvis. Okay, and there will be lots of smart devices available. Okay, right now we are having Alexa or we are having Google Assistant, but there are some limitation with these devices. Okay, but in future there will be no limitation at all. Okay, so let's back to the topic. Okay, so like our smart devices like our thermostats or our lighting system, even our coffee maker, collect the data on our daily habits and the pattern of usage. Okay, they actually collect the data that how we use these machines. Okay, so whenever we set a voice control device, okay, so basically we allow the device to record whatever we say. Okay, so whenever that device record anything, basically the device sends a recording to the cloud. Okay, so in most of the cases these devices or the in most of the cases these data, okay, so the data which was collected from us, okay, so this data basically help to facilitate what is called machine learning, or we can say that something related to machine learning. Okay, so we people are from computer science background, we know these things. Okay, so what is machine learning? So basically machine learning is a type of artificial intelligence. Okay, so before, like, I'm not going into that part. Okay, but for your better understanding, for example, you can actually understand. So whenever you want to visit any website, okay, let's just take the example of YouTube. Okay, so whenever you visit YouTube and you search for a video, okay, so on YouTube you want to see a video related to your things or a video of your interest. Okay, but the thing is that there is one recommendation bar in which you can actually see a video related to your things. Okay, that means it is already actually it learn on the basis of our preferences. Okay, and just like that, like whenever we visit any website, okay, whenever we want to purchase any t-shirt or whenever we want to purchase any pen drive, okay, or anything else. Okay, so we visit like e-commerce website like Flipkart, Amazon, or there are lots of website. Okay, so whenever we used to switch ourselves from that app to any other thing or anything, or anything else. Okay, but like you have noticed, okay, if you have noticed, like most of the time we used to get the ad related to that device. Okay, that means on the basis of our usage pattern, on the basis of our data, the machine learning or the on the data, the company behind that advertisement, okay, they collected our data and they are actually showing the ad of our interest. Okay, so that's how artificial intelligence work. Okay, and in future it is going to become a bigger thing. Okay, so we cannot actually guess what it's going to be. Okay, but the thing is that artificial intelligence is going to make our life easy, but the thing is that if we apply artificial intelligence to our security, okay, in our security field, so we can make something better. Okay, but the thing is that as of now we are not doing really well in the field of cyber security if we talk about artificial intelligence or in terms of artificial intelligence. But in future there will be a great usage of artificial intelligence in the field of cyber security for sure. Fifth, so my fifth prediction about the future of IoT and its security. Okay, so in future the security and privacy concern will drive a legislation and regulatory activities. Okay, so the thing is that in future that, or if we talk about now, okay, if we talk about 2020, okay, so every day the devices are increasing. Okay, so the people are increasing, the user of internet are increasing day by day. Okay, so there are lots of data increasing on internet. Okay, that means there are lots of people, devices, and the data over the internet. Okay, so that means if there are lots of people, if there are lots of data over the internet, that means it's going to attract the cyber criminals or the hackers. Okay, so if there are lots of data, they people are going to be very much interested in our data, because according to some people, okay, so I have I have read this quote somewhere, okay, that the data is a new oil. Okay, that means everyone is interested in our data. Okay, like how we eat, like how we sleep, or what exactly we used to watch over the internet, or what we exactly search over the internet. Okay, so every company wants this data. Okay, so just because, like, if we talk about IoT, because our today's topic is IoT, if we talk about IoT, so IoT is not the only reason for the security and the privacy concerns are rising. Okay, IoT is just a one reason. Okay, apart from IoT there are lots of things. Okay, so but when the things are increasing, when the crimes are increasing over the internet, so there is a need of an hour that we should make some laws and regulations so that we can control these things. Okay, so in mid 2018 the European Union implemented the Journal Data Protection Regulation. Okay, and also that in India, we talk about India, so there are lots of cyber security laws and rules available in the India. Okay, and if we talk about USA, so in USA also there are lots of Data Protection Act. Okay, so the thing is that if we don't have any law or regulation related to anything, okay, so we cannot control that thing. Okay, so the thing is that if we really wants to control anything, if we really wants to make anything better, so we should make some rules so that we can actually handle that thing properly. Now my sixth and the last prediction about the IoT is that IoT will become more critical for healthcare. Okay, so if we talk about healthcare, so in a healthcare or medical field there are lots of devices which are basically connected to the internet and which can be connected to the internet in future. Okay, and if we talk about the technology in healthcare, so basically the technology in healthcare has gone through incredible changes over the year. Okay, so there are multiple options for the wearable or implantable biomedical devices that have wireless capabilities. Okay, so there are lots of devices which can work as a receiver only, or there are some devices which can work as a sender only. Okay, so why I'm sharing this receiver or sender kind of things? Okay, so the thing is that there are lots of devices in the field of medical sector or in the field of healthcare that which can only which are able to send the data only, which are able to receive the data only. But apart from these two categories, there is one more category in the field of healthcare or in the field of medical that will send the data or receive the data at a moment, at a same time. Okay, so the thing is that when there is a device like this, that means these devices are more vulnerable. Okay, so but the thing is that if we people are from cybersecurity, so we knows this thing. Okay, if any device connected to the internet, that means that device is at risk. Okay, so there are lots of devices which are connected to the internet and which can be connected to the internet, and these devices are like our infusion pumps or our pacemaker or our insulin pumps or like our surgical robots. Okay, these devices can be connected to the internet. If we try to trigger these things, if we try to modify these things, we can actually do whatever we can do with these things, because these are the kind of IoT devices. Okay, or if like for example, if like how these devices are very much dangerous. Okay, so let me explain you by an example. Okay, so let's suppose if there is a person and I'm having some bad feelings with him or with her. Okay, so he's my enemy. Okay, so if he's going for an x-ray or something like that. Okay, so what I can do. Okay, so if you ever went for x-ray, you know about this. Okay, so the thing is that whenever you go for x-ray, so there is one x-ray machine, and the machine is actually connected to the computer. Okay, that if it doesn't mean like that computer is connected to the internet or not, but the thing is that that machine is connected to the computer. Okay, and we know that we can actually hack any computer. We can actually we can actually mm, mm, do whatever we can do with any device. Okay, so the thing is that if there is a person with like who is enemy of mine, or if for that person I am having some bad feelings, actually whenever he will go for an x-ray, he will go for x-ray. Okay, so I can actually increase the intensity. I can actually hack the system and I can increase the intensity of x-ray. Okay, so whenever he'll go for that under that machine, okay, so I can actually kill that person by just increasing the intensity of x-ray machine. Okay, and apart from this we can actually take the example of our MRI machine. Okay, so if a person is under the MRI machine, I can actually increase the radiation of that machine. Okay, so if I can increase the radiation of machines, that's how I can actually kill that person. Okay, so the thing is that if we discuss about these things, so this is the topic of a debate. Okay, so according to some people actually think that IoT is very much dangerous for healthcare, or some people think that IoT is basically helping us in healthcare. Okay, but I'm also in the favor of this thing that IoT is very much helpful for us in the field of healthcare, or in the field of anything. Okay, but the thing is that it's about the usage, it's about the user, it's not about the machine or any device. Okay, let's suppose if you are having any device, it's up to you that how you are going to use that device. Okay, for example, if you are having a knife, it doesn't mean you are a killer or if you are a murderer. Okay, until or unless if you don't do any illegal thing with that knife, you can actually use that knife for cutting fruits or your vegetables. Okay, but at the same time you can actually use that knife to kill people. Okay, so it's not about the machine, or it's not about the device, it's not about the technology. So it's all about the usage, it's all about how we use that device. Okay, or it's all about the rules and regulation associated with that device or with that technology. So here are my some recommendation for you guys. Okay, so we all use IoT devices. We like in everyday in our everyday life. Okay, we use smart watches, we use smart different smart devices. Okay, so the thing is that these devices are connected to the internet, and these devices are collecting our data. Okay, so when in in case of data, we have to be very much careful. We have to be very much uh, attentive. Okay, we have to understand that how our data is important, that how our data is crucial. Okay, so the thing is that first of all, my first recommendation is that conduct a review of all the devices component. Okay, so what exactly the device components are. Okay, let's suppose if you are going to purchase any device, let's suppose for example you are going to purchase any remote control fan. Okay, a fan which is actually connected to the internet. Okay, so we have to actually understand the components of that device, that how the components of that device is connected to each other, and how this device is working, and how these devices collecting our data. Okay, in case of data, we have to be very much careful. Okay, because they are taking our data, they are taking our they are collecting, they are noticing each and everything. Okay, so we have to be very much careful about these devices and their components. Okay, so my next recommendation for you guys is implement security standard before any implementation. Okay, so let's suppose if you want to implement any IoT device, if you want to implement any system in your home or in your offices or wherever you want. Okay, so first of all you have to actually implement the security standards. Okay, so we talk about in India there are lots of security standards according to the government, and there are some security standards. There are some basically there are lots of protocols according to the security standards, so we have to implement that security standard. Okay, Okay, so it's not like that you are just purchasing any machine, or you are purchasing anything which is basically collecting your data or something like that, and you are just installing it. Okay, it's not like that. Okay, so whenever you are installing something, you have to actually practice some security standard, and you have to take care of those standards. Okay, so my third recommendation for you guys is that ensure that security is throughout the life cycle. Okay, now like we people are from cyber security background, so that's why we know that security is very much crucial. Okay, so you have to ensure that the security of your data, the security of your devices, or the security of your personal life is basically throughout your life cycle. Okay, so when it's come to the data part, when it's come to your personal or private data, okay, so you have to be very much actually attentive, or you have to be very much actually concerned about these things. Okay, so whenever you are whenever, let's suppose if you are using any app in your mobile phone, for example, okay, so you have to actually understand, you have to actually check that how this device that how this app is taking my data. Okay, what kind of data it's this app is taking. Okay, and what they are actually doing with our data. Okay, but the problem with us that we don't read any terms and condition of any app or any software. Okay, so whenever we actually saw and see any terms and condition page, we used to skip it. Okay, skip that page. Okay, but this is a bad practice. Okay, so from next time, whenever you will get any terms and condition page, or whenever from next time whenever you are going to actually install any app, whenever you are going to install any new device. Okay, so you have to check that how they are collecting your data, how they are actually using your devices, how they are actually they are taking your data, and what kind of data they are taking. Okay, because you have to ensure that your security is throughout your life. Okay, and my next recommendation for you guys is that thoroughly keep testing and testing again. Okay, so let's suppose if you are having a device in your home, or if you are if you are working for a company. Okay, so in every company or in every home there are lots of devices. Okay, so you have to keep testing those devices. Okay, so you have to hire people, or if you can test that device by yourself, that's okay. Or if you are not able to test that device, you have to hire people, so that you can actually understand that about that device, or you can actually make that device better. Okay, and my next recommendation for you guys is that hire a third party for testing. Okay, just like our penetration testing, or any just like a simple testing. Okay, you have to actually hire some like in IoT also there are lots of bug bounty hunters. They are actually hunting the bugs and all. Okay, so you have to hire them. Okay, so that hire them so that they can actually test your devices, so that they can actually test your frameworks, or your uh, or your systems. Oh, so okay, that they can actually tells you that what is the vulnerabilities with your system, or how you can actually improve or make your system secure. Okay, now my last recommendation for you guys to review IoT security frameworks. Okay, so just like cyber security, or just like any just like web app security or something like that, so there are some security frameworks in IoT as well. Okay, so from the next time, okay, whenever you going to use any IoT device, or if you are going to use any smart device, you have to actually review their security frameworks. Okay, so let's suppose I'm taking the example of watch, wearable watch. Okay, so whenever you're going to purchase a watch, you have to actually review that security framework related associated with that watch. Okay, because your watch is actually taking your footprints, or that watch is actually taking your heartbeat in some situation, or your pulse rate or something like that. Okay, so you have to very much concern about these things. Okay, because they are taking your important data. Okay, because if I give you the example. Okay, let's suppose there are two friends, okay, and they are like living they are living with each other, okay, so they are living in same room, okay. Okay, so the thing is that they don't know well with each other, okay, but the device they are using, they know them very much, okay. So if let's suppose let's suppose if we are having a smart watch, a smart band in our hand, so our band knows that about our sleeping patterns, okay, but apart from that band, no one knows about our sleeping patterns. So this is how these devices are going to actually so this is how we can actually review our IoT's framework and IoT security frameworks. Thank you so much guys for joining this session. So stay safe and keep learning. This is Tajwar Khan signing off.
Hello, everyone, and it's me, Terabyte, and welcome to the stream. Welcome to RESTCON. Resethacker presents the RESTCON 2020. I welcome everybody, and I want to thank Resethacker community for inviting me for this session so I can interact with you and I can share some information with you all. And thank you so much for joining the stream. And yeah, so let's just begin with what we have to discuss here. We are here going to discuss a little bit of recon for hunters. We are going to talk about advanced reconnaissance, and we're going to see like what exactly it includes, what kind of things we miss when we do general reconnaissance in terms of bug hunting or blue teaming or whatever kind of VA or PT activity that you do. So reconnaissance plays an important part, and we are going to discuss here today what kind of other things you can add up to your checklist and what kind of things you miss sometimes. And yeah, so we're gonna see everything. I'm gonna share like a path, like a roadmap kind of thing, and I have made like all the pointers so that you can remember. I'm gonna share this whole slide that I have made, and you'll get that as well. So yeah, okay, so I am Akash Sharma, and people also know me with the name Terabyte, spelled as T3RABYT3. I am the founder for Bytes Apple Labs. It's a company and community, and we are into training and services both. So yeah, and I have 5 year experience, and I have a few certifications in my name. I have worked with multiple organizations worldwide, and yeah, so I'm kind of like starting up my own now. So, coming to reconnaissance, I have a good past, I would say, a good experience with bug hunting. And I have found bugs in multiple major companies like, let's say, Apple or Microsoft. I found in Jet Airways, I found in Airbnb, Instagram, and a lot of others. NASA, how can I forget? So, yeah. So, let's talk about reconnaissance today, right? Okay, I don't want to speed things up, but I'm just gonna try and fit everything in this whole talk itself. So, what is going to be today's agenda, right? What exactly are we going to discuss today is the overview, what is reconnaissance in general, the types of it, and everything. We're going to talk about asset discovery. We're going to talk about content discovery, a little bit of automation, how automation can really help in better reconnaissance. Right. We're going to talk about this special thing about digital dumpster diving, and I might keep on adding some real life examples. So yeah, that's what we're gonna discuss today in this whole talk. So let's proceed. First, let's understand why do we actually need reconnaissance. Okay. See, reconnaissance helps in multiple ways. As a character building, as a hacker, as a pen tester. Additionally, in terms of collection of intel, right? So it gives you a self improvement because now you are digging up more about some more information. You are just gathering some more of your general knowledge about specific things, right? And then networking because the more you connect with new things, the more information you'll get. So that's one part of it. And my career is complete. I won't say completely, but most of it has been based on bug bounty. So yeah, I would say that it helped me a lot, personally and professionally. And competition makes it more fun, of course, because if you're competing, then you want to do it better. And end of the day, why not? Everybody does work for money. You're grinding because you want to be rich or something, right? So who doesn't like some extra cash? you know, or taking off your girlfriends for coffee or friends for parties. Extra cashes can be helpful sometimes when it comes to bug bounties. But yeah, it's not about the money. Okay, so okay, all right. So this is the importance, how important reconnaissance can be because your complete process, your complete operation, your functionalities are going to be based on your what you have collected, what information you already have with you, right? So according to that information, you will be proceeding further. So this is why it is important. Now, if you talk about this term called reconnaissance, it is a military term. Okay, it comes from the defense, right? And this is like exploration. It's somewhat exploration of an area and collecting intel and information about the features of the area or the details, the minor information like let's say about inhabitants, let's say how big the ground is, how many trees are there, and stuff like that. So reconnaissance in the digital world also somewhat mean the same. uh, it is the understanding of how the application is built, how it is going to work, what is the functionalities, how the application process data, right? Finding all the entry points where you can get insight from, or let's say company asset, company details, finding many files, folders, endpoints, APIs, etc., etc., etc. The list goes on and on. So this is reconnaissance. This is what you do when you are basically doing reconnaissance for a particular target. Okay. Now, reconnaissance is not necessarily based on web applications. It can be any aspect. Let's say if it is a system, if it's maybe an IoT device or whatsoever it is, you need to do reconnaissance before performing an attack or before performing an analysis. So reconnaissance is important. Now, in reconnaissance there are a lot of stuff. Okay, it cannot be just explained in a single slide show here, but I'm trying to explain a visual guide to reconnaissance so that you guys can actually understand what we do when you are performing reconnaissance. So we have three things majorly that we're going to discuss: asset discovery, OSINT, and vendor services. Okay, so I have made a complete chart here so that you guys can understand, and we will go as per the chart. I'll just tell you the flow, how it's going to be. So at first, we're going to talk about asset discovery. In asset discovery, we have some subcategories, that is subdomain brute force and certificate transparency. I'm going to show you like a little bit demonstration, and I'm going to show you some examples how you can enhance it and how relevant results you can get in terms of subdomain brute force and certificate transparency. If you go with the first one, here is subdomain brute force. Now, subdomains plays an important role because when I see a lot of web application pen testers can't really explain the difference between a subdomain and a directory. So this is something important to understand. Directory is already a part of a particular domain, but a subdomain is a whole new location, a whole new URL that you are accessing, right? So directory can be understood as a part that is already inside that location in that URL, but a subdomain is a whole new URL that you are going to deal with. So subdomains can be brute forced. If you know the basic concept of brute force, if you understand like how that works, how that permutation combination attack is working, so you'll understand what brute force means. Subdomain brute force works exactly the same way. So we just have to find different environments by which we can work with. So we have different environments here like dev, corp, stage, UATs, different stuff like that. So we just keep making different permutations and we keep finding different environments. If I give you, for example, we have dashboard.dev.site.com. Now this is a specific subdomain, but if you just replace that first dot with a hyphen, it becomes a completely different location. Now these two locations are quite separate. Okay, these are completely different. They are not same. Okay, not necessarily. Well, it's up to me, like as a developer, if I can add the same content, but they are quite different. So this is the kind of permutations we have to find in terms of subdomain brute force. Now for this, there are going to be many tools. I won't say hundreds or thousands, but there are going to be many of them. Okay, these are some of the few tools that I really prefer when I'm performing subdomain brute force. Okay, and as also I have a specific video that I have made on top 5 subdomain brute force tools that is on my YouTube channel. You can check that later. You can just simple search Bytesap Labs on YouTube. Okay, coming back to topic, we have Sublister. Sublister is a great tool because it gives you simple and specific results, the relevant ones, and all root subs, DNS scan. There are 1,000 of them. If you talk about every single of them, there's going to be a whole new video, a whole new session that we have to do, but let's just stick to what we have here. So point is that when you are dealing with so many tools, it's simply quite boring sometimes because you have thousands of different alternatives to every single tool, to every single utility. You can even make your own, right? Then there is this thing called Google Dork. You can do Google dorking, simple as that, like Google hacking database. You can use it, and then you can find the different domains, different subdomains, right? Simple dork mean use here slide.com plus in URL dev, right? And then they are removing the CDN part. We are here removing it because we don't need the dev from the CDN providers. So the point here is that when you're dealing with these many kind of utilities, it becomes a little boring because then you have to go through again and again and again and again from different alternatives manually. This manual part is super boring, okay? So we are not going to do that. We're just going to talk about a little bit more in a few while. We're going to talk about automation part. So we'll see like how these things can be automated, and that's really cool. So that was what I wanted to explain about subdomain brute force. Now, talking about certificate transparency, it's very simple. Okay. Now, if as a company owner, right? If I own the organization, if I own the website, if I care about a particular subdomain, I will give a certificate, right? So if a domain have a certificate, that means that domain is relevant, correct? So this way you can, filter your attack surface. I have seen that a lot of people find, let's say, hundreds of subdomains and they start attacking every single one of them. They don't know how to filter it. The best way to filter is with the help of certificate transparency. You can just check what subdomain is having a particular certificate, and then you can choose an attack accordingly. In this case, I'm using this amazing tool called Senses. It's a web application. You just have to provide it a specific kind of syntax, wherein in this case, I'm finding it for Uber.com. I was like doing some bug hunting on Uber a few time back. So here is the list of those subdomains which are having specific certificates for Uber.com. So this way, I can segregate and I can filter my attack surface, which ones I want to select out of all that list of subdomains I get. So this way you can select your targets. Next is this tool called Shodan. Now, Shodan is amazing tool. Okay, it can be used for various reasons. Okay, in bug hunting, Shodan holds a very sacred space, I would say. I personally like it a lot because you can do a lot of stuff with Shodan. Okay, it's not just based on web application. You can do it with IoTs and other applications and other kind of stuff as well, right? So yeah, so Shodan can be really helpful in this case. It also, I remember I recently read a bug hunting report. It's a write-up on Medium. I would like to share that with you as well. So this guy found a bug in he basically did some reconnaissance based on favicons. If you know favicon, so favicon is simply icon that you get on the top of your browser. If you see this G icon here on the top, this is the favicon. Okay. Now, in this article over here by this great guy called Devansh Batham, he actually weaponized favicon.ico for bug bounties, right? And this is an amazing write-up that I read, and I really appreciate for all his research and work he did. He made a great tool as well called as I guess PyFreak or something. I forgot the name. Let me just check that. FavFreak. It's a Python tool called FavFreak. Okay, and that's an amazing tool for gathering hashes. And based on these hashes, you can find like which favicons can be weaponized in terms of creating a bug or creating a vulnerability. Please give it a read to this article. Just search for weaponizing favicons. It's an amazing article, and he used Shodan for this. If you take a look here, he used the Shodan CLI utility. Okay, and with the help of the CLI utility, he was actually able to gather IP addresses based on which the hashes match, and there's a whole logic behind everything that he's doing. So I want you to give a read to this article here. It's a Medium, right? And yeah, so I think this was a very good and very justified way of using Shodan in terms of bug hunting. Not only that, it can be used to check certificate transparency. Simply, you just have to look for a particular organization, and then you have to give out the name, number of the port, or the kind of title it might have, or the kind of product they are using, whatsoever. So in this case, I'm using organization as Uber and port number as 443. So I'm checking out for, okay, 443 is for SSL, just in case you don't know about it. So I just got to know like how many domains are there on uber.com which are having a valid certificate. So this is how it works. Now, Scan is a great tool, so I recommend this to everyone. And recently, it was like quite cheap and free as well when it comes to an academic email address. If you have like an academic email address from your institution or from your university, then you can get it for very cheap, or maybe I don't know if it's for free now or not, but it was at some time. But yeah, so Shodan is something that I recommend for every bug hunter. You must have an expertise on this. Please go through the kind of things that you can do with Shodan. Google is filled with all this kind of stuff. So yeah, that was about certificate transparency. Like we just filter our attack surface. Now, this thing is something that a lot of people talk about, a lot of people boast about, but they don't really know what is OSINT. OSINT is it's an amazing skill set, okay? So it's short for open source intelligence for the people who don't know about it. So it can also be divided into different categories, as in we have two things that we're going to talk about. One is ARIN and the other is acquisitions. We're going to talk about one by one. Let's first talk about acquisitions, okay? So acquisition, the word comes from the term called acquire. Okay. Now acquiring something is like owning something, all right? So it means like I am, let's say if I am owning the company ABC, and if I acquire XYZ, then I am owning and I am acquiring the XYZ company, okay? Now, in this process, I actually became the owner for the XYZ company as well. So here, what actually I'm trying to say is that if a company is acquiring any other XYZ brands or XYZ companies or organizations, they are owning the same company and they hold the responsibilities for that company as well. And security responsibilities comes under the same. Now, there are a few things that you have to understand here. I'll show you an example how you can find it. So I'm gonna give you an example for, let's say, Facebook. I have Crunchbase here. Crunchbase is a great application for this. You can simply go into the company's part. Yeah. So here I'm just gonna type Facebook. Enter. So it's going to show me the list of the companies that are associated with Facebook. But if I go into this acquisitions part here, if you take a look, so when I click on this, it's going to show me the companies that Facebook acquired recently. Now, very obviously, I don't need to pay, or I don't want to start a free trial or something. So we're going to use the almighty tool, the Hacker Pro tool called Inspect Element. Right. So I'm just going to click on this faded part, this blurred part, and I'm just gonna delete it all. Select it and delete. Once it is done, you can see like I can hover on this link and I can see what organization is it. It's Astute Solution. This one's is NetApp. This is 4C Insights acquired by MediaOcean. So this way, basically, I can see what other companies are coming up over here. So this way, you can use Crunchbase for these kind of reconnaissance in terms of a specific company. So if I want to know about a specific company, I can check out like what companies does Facebook own and what companies were recently acquired, because Facebook as an organization, they can secure themselves to n number of times, n number of level. But if, let's say, if there is an XYZ company, like in this presentation, you take a look, Facebook is also having 85 acquisitions at that point of time when I took the screenshot, and they include Giphy and Sanzaro games. Giphy is a very famous platform for GIF that you send on WhatsApp and Instagram. So if I find a vulnerability in Giphy, and if Facebook acquired them at least 6 months ago, then I can report a vulnerability on Giphy to Facebook and I will be liable for a bounty from Facebook. So that's the best part. Now you are actually expanding your attack surface, and this way you can get a lot of, the bigger the attack surface, the bigger the chances that you'll find a bug, right? The more targets you have, the more potential they carry, the more there are chances that, the more is the probability that you'll find a bug. So this is what I wanted to tell about OSINT. When it comes to OSINT, do this kind of stuff. Check into the acquisitions part of a particular company. If there's a program on BugCrowd, if you're looking for some program on HackerOne, check for what companies they acquire, and maybe you can find a bug on the company they acquired, and they may be also eligible for that. So you can check the eligibility pattern later, but this is what I recommend to a lot of people. Now, after this, there's this thing called ARIN, okay? It's American Registry Index number, okay? So this is a registry index number given to an organization, and it holds a lot of information about a particular company. In this example, I'm looking for Yahoo, and I found a lot of IP address ranges for yahoo.com. Now, these ranges are also having some internal IPs, some external IPs, some server IPs, whatnot, etc., etc., etc. So this way, I am gathering more information about Yahoo in specific, and I can also perform reconnaissance, and I can also perform pentesting on these all other IP addresses that I'm getting. So this way, I again increased my attack surface. So Aaron can also be really helpful. Just look for American Registry Index number for a particular organization, and then you will find out the relevant details. So this way, OSINT can be helpful. I just gave you a few, but there might be other methods. If there are other methods, I want people to come out with them. I'm just trying to share some of the ones that I personally use when I am doing bug bounties. Okay, we have talked about asset discovery. We talked about OSINT. There is this thing called content discovery. Now, content discovery is something specific, and content can be highly variable. Okay, content discovery includes visual identification, that some content that can be identified visually. There is going to be port scanning. There's going to be directory brute force, different folders, directories, and JavaScript files. Okay. Now, I know a lot of people don't really look into JavaScript files, but they hold some real good relevant information when it comes to bug hunting. Like, how? I'll tell you that. So, let's start first with content discovery in port scan. Okay, so we are going to look for different port numbers. The second point here says screenshot open ports. Now, I'm not talking about the screenshot of the display picture that you take, but I'm trying to say here there is a tool basically which takes a screenshot of that particular port which is having a service hosted. So that way you will already know like what port is having what kind of relevant information. So I'll just talk about the tool in a few while. But if you talk about an example when it comes to port discovery, it's a simple example here. Take a look. You see an open port on example.com, port number 8443. You look for directories and then you find admin. When you open the admin, it returns a response code of 403. Now, 403 is a response code for forbidden, right? If the page is forbidden, that means it is not visible to you because the client side permissions are not allowed. But if you brute force this directory with any XYZ tool, then you find there is a PHP file that is users.php. When you open this PHP file along with the directory, it returns 200, which is okay. Now, this is a big issue because if you are able to access a file like this in a forbidden directory, that is a bug basically. That is a vulnerability because this might disclose some information. This might give you some leveraged access. So you can repeat on different port numbers, different folders, so on and so forth. But this is one way of doing it. So this is what I mean when it comes to port scan. Right? Now this can be automated with the help of this tool called webscreenshot.py. Amazing tool. It eases off a lot of hard work, believe me. I look for these specific ports because they are the juiciest one, I feel. And you can take a screenshot or maybe you can just save it when these Resethacker community will share this whole slides with you guys. I hope they will. Otherwise, you can just get in touch with me, Terabyte Official on Instagram, and I'll share that with you. So directory brute force can be done with a lot of other tools as well, like Derby, this Go Grabber, dir search. dir search is a very amazing tool. It's like good arsenal when it comes to this. Like it can automate, it can save files, a lot of other stuff. There are probably more tools, I'm not sure about them, but these are the ones that I use. Being an old school guy, I prefer dir search or dir buster. So yeah, that's the one I use. Now this is how interesting port scanning can be, and webscreenshot.py is an amazing tool for this. You should look into this for sure. It's on GitHub, you can get that. Now, talking about the automation part, because yes, I said like we're going to talk a little bit about automation. So automation is easy when it comes to understanding the concept behind gathering information, right? It is available on the internet. It is already in the index. You just have to collect and take it out, right? If the information is indexed, that means it is on the Google index. That means you can simply use a Google Doc in order to find it. Now, we have different Google Docs. Let's say if we are pentesting Amazon service and we want to find some information, we can use the simple Google Doc here, site s3.amazonaws.com, and then we can give out the organization name. I found a real good bug a few time back in Uber itself with the simple doc. I found there was a bucket list open and there was some employee database in there, like some employee personal credentials, which at first they denied, but later they accepted. So yeah, bingo. So you can also look for AWS instances, amazonaws.com-s3. And you can look onto GitHub as well, because GitHub is a repository for open source code sharing, and it's a good platform for developers. So if somebody have developed a website, okay, I'll share you this scenario that happened with me. There was this website. They basically used to make bicycles. I won't name the company. That was a European company. So they used to make bicycles, and the organization, the company, a third party company, developed their website. Now, the kind of database that you were using, it was they were using Jira framework, Jira, if you know it. So some of the tokens were not with me. I needed them in order to authenticate my session. Now, when I did a little bit of research on the company, I found out the developers have their own GitHub accounts, personal GitHub accounts, and they also did some work on Jira, and I found a relation with some variables. I just compared the variables, and I found out that they were using same tokens in that application, and when I implemented the same tokens in this website, they worked. So that was a simple developer stupidity, that they used the same tokens. They didn't even bother to change the variable names. So that was a big problem for them. So yeah, that's how I got the bug. Simple. So that's sometimes these are sometimes that you can find bugs on GitHub. This was one instance that happened with me. So these things can basically automate your work. You don't have to go into single instance one by one. You can simply find the relevant one on the indexed internet itself, and then this way you can automate a lot of other stuff. Um, there is more about it. I told you about repscreenshot.py. I told you about different other tools on subdomain brute force. They can also automate a lot of other stuff. So this way you can actually save time when it comes to reconnaissance. Now, this term called digital dumpster diving. Okay, if I remove the digital part, dumpster diving is a very dirty job, okay? And I literally mean it because you have to go into the garbage bins and find out stuff. So digital dumpster diving is like gathering information from the garbage to the organization. Let's say if something is not relevant to them, they throw it away, and I go as a hunter and I find out whatever they have thrown. And that way I can actually see what relevant information they're giving out, maybe intentionally, maybe unintentionally. Right? So digital dumpster diving, I like it because this was a very interesting period of my life when I actually performed DDD, or I like to call it D3. Right. So there is information leak everywhere on the internet. Now, information leaks happen because of throwing out valuable information inappropriately, okay? Inappropriately. I don't know what happened to my English. Apologies for that. So in terms of leaks, we talk about credentials, we talk about API tokens, we talk about authorization headers. This goes on and on and on and on. There's a lot of stuff that can happen. So for this, we do GitHub Recon. As I said, like GitHub holds very important information. So if somebody was using a code that was taken from GitHub, if that application or if that utility is available on the GitHub and it's open source, you can like always look into GitHub for that. Okay, you can use these tools. Trufflehog is an amazing tool for this. It collects real good information and relevant details. Or simply you can use Google Docs. As I said, like the examples are here. You can look for a company.com and then the API key, or you can look for the api.company.com and then you can look for the authorization tokens, or maybe you can use some of your own creativity. And for the sake of creativity, I have listed a few creative examples here. We can look for JWT tokens, we can look for access keys, we can look for AWS secret keys and stuff like that. So what I mean to say is that you can actually go into the dumps and you can actually find out like, okay, what the company is not using anymore and what kind of things they have changed and how I can relate these two things and I can maybe find a vulnerability, right? That's all about dumpster diving, digital dumpster diving, I mean to say. Now, important thing is sometimes website changes stuff by themselves. They don't take out open source detail, but then there is this amazing tool called archive.org. This is a web application. I hope a lot of you know about it, but if you're not using it in terms of finding bugs, I don't know what you're doing. So always use archive.org because it gives you how the website used to function earlier when you at this point of stage you were looking into it. It used to function maybe differently in the past, or maybe it used some different functionalities in the past. Let's say some Java tokens or some Java algorithms, or maybe any other kind of utilities were involved, right? So you can always check into that, and you can relate the present stage with the earlier stage and how it is different. This will give you a real good insight of how the website is functioning. When you know the functionality, you can exploit it much better. There will be a bit more I don't know what I would say. They will a bit more better to find the functionality before actually attacking it. So this way you can do it. I don't know. I don't have other words to put it away. But yeah. So okay. So what I want to say is that always look into JavaScript files. They hold some real good information. I'm so sorry that I don't remember the name of that blog and I don't have a link to it. But I read a Medium article a few time back that was on my LinkedIn, that he found a bug on the JavaScript file itself, that there were some tokens and some keys that were hashed. There were some MD4 keys, and when he converted them, he got to know the actual admin passwords. So that was real crazy. Okay, all he had to do was just guess the username, and it was even simple to find that. So yeah, that way he actually accessed the admin login portal, and yeah, that was a real good bug. He got almost how much I guess it was, I guess, $1,000 or $1,200 bounty. I don't remember, but yeah, it was pretty good, pretty impressive. So that's what I want to say. Always look into old endpoints, old functions, old JavaScript files. Look for that. So yeah, so a lot of things we're talking about. Now, JavaScript files is always a tricky part. I know a lot of people don't know a lot about JavaScript, but it's hell amazing, okay? You can always look into Stock's video for JavaScript. He has done some research on that as well. He has taken some interviews, pretty cool videos. Look into his YouTube as well. But JavaScript files are easy to understand when it comes to logic. If you know how a logic works, if you know a little bit about a syntax, I think you can figure it out as a bug hunter. We just have to find the appropriate parameters. You see, that's it. I'm not asking you to write the whole stuff. You just have to look for the parameters where a vulnerability can be present. So you just have to look for those kind of instances or those kind of keys that can be visible. Now there's a tool called JS Parser. You can always use this tool. It's all available on GitHub, and it can help you understand your JavaScript better. It can show it's just basically kind of a JavaScript beautifier, but I don't know if I should say that, but yeah, it can be helpful in terms of understanding your JavaScript code and finding different parameters, and it gives you more in detail information. It's a Python tool available on GitHub. You can find that anytime. So that's also can be helpful. Now, when you know this, almost we have converted every single aspect of Reconnaissance that we were supposed to talk today. And we talked about a lot of other stuff like acquisitions. I'm pretty sure, like, I'm very sure that a lot of bug hunters don't really look into it, but this is really important. My friend Harsh Bothra, he's also into I saw a couple of his videos and I saw a couple of his write-ups where he actually find bugs into the company that they were acquired, and I was really impressed. So shout out to you, Harsh Bothra. But yeah, this is something helpful. So I hope this gave you a new insight on how things work. Right. You can also always look into some other Google index information like pastebin links or online repositories. They are also available. Google Docs and GitHub Docs can now always help you with that. On this note, I am ending up my talk. If you got some questions, feel free to reach me or reach the community, the Resethacker community. They are working real good. I really appreciate this opportunity they are giving out people to interact, and amid this whole COVID-19 situation, they are bringing up such kind of content and such kind of an event. Thank you so much, guys, for joining this session, and thank you so much, guys, for inviting me. I really enjoyed this whole talk, and I hope to interact as much as I can with you guys from my own handles as well. But sooner or later, I'm gonna be there, right? And take care of yourself. Keep the scene alive. Keep working hard. Keep grinding it up. And yeah, hail hackers. See you for now. Bye.
guys, this is Ratul, and today we will be talking about the making security champions in organization. And thank you, Resethacker, for inviting me here. So you must be, thinking about the term security champions. I mean, you must be thinking what it is and from where did I get this topic. Right? So I'll explain you what are the security champions and who can be security champion in an organization, how you can make them, and how you can improve your security with the help of security champions. So this is our agenda where we will be talking about the security champion and what a security champion, what they do, why you should become one, who qualifies, etc. These are the terms which we will be talking about. So here's me. This is Kumar Ratul. I'm a AppSec and DevSecOps guy. I'm a part-time volunteer and a senior red team member. I'm a part of OWASP Mobile Application Security Verification Standard as I have contributed in that and DevSecOps University as well. So I'm in both offensive and defensive side of the security and I do my research on the latest vulnerabilities tool and POCs, etc. And if you wanna have any kind of any words with me regarding this topic or any other topic related to information security, you can find me. Basically, application security leaders, as we can say, are increasingly developing former security champions program that help their companies better with security, expertise, and accountability across development and DevOps team. Okay, security champions are can be developers, architects, and engineers who take the lead within their team and projects on security objectives. Okay, so just imagine a situation where you have lots of projects, more teams, different technologies, but no security culture, and you are the only guy, or I would say you have a team of two, three pentesters in an organization. Now, what you have, and also work pressure, right? And uh, on deadlines, or there will be many issues in that situation. So that's why we come with this term security champions. So security champions are the members of a team that may help to make decisions about when to engage the security team. Right? They act as the voice of security for the given product or team. They assist in triage of security bugs for their team or area. They focused on the abstract part of security activities like code, application, container integration, secure coding standards, threat model, networking, IDS, IPS, antivirus, etc. So, what they do? So basically, they collaborate with other security champions. They review the impact of breaking challenges made in other projects. They also attend weekly meetings. They are the single point of contact for their assigned team, ensure that security is not a focus on active development or reviews. So as I said, single point of contact, like you have a development team. Okay, and in that team there are around 30 members. Okay, and what you can do, you can nominate two or three person as a security champion. So they will be a single point of contact whenever, and they will tell you when you should engage with the security team. So that's so as per our development and as this is part of DevOps and I would say DevSecOps. So now we are not doing security at the end of the project, right? There is a term called shift left. Okay, so from there, this DevSecOps term came into the picture. That development, security, and operations teams are working together. So in this, what we do, we look into the security from the very beginning stage I mean, it can be your stage where you're deciding or discussing about the project initiation and so on. Why you should belong one? So, it would be a great opportunity for your career. Like you are a developer, but you don't have a security background. But if you have a security background, then it would be a great growth for you. Like then you will be having a knowledge of secure coding standards. You know how to perform an attack. You even know how to defend an attack and application. So you can learn many things like application security, some offensive techniques like how to exploit was token vulnerability, how to defend against those vulnerabilities, how to write a secure code, and even code review techniques. You can also solve hard technological problems in terms of development, testing, visualization. You can meet with the members of other teams and improve your internal network. Who qualifies? As I said, developers, QA, architects, DevOps, and anyone who is interested into the security can be a security champion in team. So training security champions, yes. If you are nominating or if you are making security champions in your organization, then training is the main key to improve their security skills, right? So let's say you hire or you nominate a guy who is from networking background and he have knowledge of networking but not much knowledge of network security or application security or any other thing which is related to. Okay, so at that time, what you can do, you can provide the trainings, you can ask them to attend the workshops, you can provide the tutorials, you can provide the beginnings to read the information, to read the attack, how to defend against that attack, etc. And best training is done on top of languages and framework used. So, like as I said, like you are working, like your organization is working on the PHP and some other framework, but your developer have just only the secure development knowledge about those background and programming language. Okay, at that time, what you can do, you can provide the secure code review training to those guys, and you can teach them how to write a secure code. So at least they will be understand these basic issues and can make their application a bit complicated. Then using vulnerable by design apps and older version of current main apps with non-vulnerabilities are a great way to help by exploiting them. You can tell them, okay, this is the older version of this particular framework, and you can use and not in the production or any main application, but yeah, if you want to understand how the attack will happen on this particular product or framework, at that time you can tell them to do practice on this particular framework, understand what are the vulnerabilities related to this, how any person can compromise with the security of the application and all those things like integrity of the application. What it takes to be a security champion. So basically, to become a security champion, it is essential that you want to be one. Right? It's not like necessary that you should be a security champion. It's your will. Please ask talk to your manager that you wanted to be a security champion in your team, but learning should not stop. Okay? And you need to be a programmer and understand code because your job is to start looking at your application, right? You should be on have knowledge of some programming languages. At least if you cannot even write, at least you should understand the code because your job is to start looking at your application, understand its security properties. So benefits of having security champions are like scaling security through multiple teams, engaging non-security folks. Right? It's kind of a security creating a security culture. As we know a term, shift left, right? So in shift left, what they used to say that security is not a one person responsibility. It is a responsibility of each and every person who is a part of that project, right? So again, then the next thing is you should start looking the security issues from the very beginning. I mean, say from the very beginning during the project initiation as well. From that part, if you start looking into the security in your product, then you may be having greater results than earlier what people used to do. They used to do application testing on the production part or maybe on staging part. But again, if you are doing the security reviews from the very beginning, then maybe till reaching at the production or staging stage, your application will be a bit complex than earlier it was. Weekly meetings are like it should happen every week, but a good compromise is for them to occur every other week. So like in weekly meetings, you can teach them, you can discuss with them what they learn in terms of security, what is their improvement level, etc. Some examples of what to present at these meetings are like if I'm taking any kind of meetings of a sort, I do and ask the person whom we have nominated as a security champion should understand what they are understanding in these terms, what is their improvement, etc. And then we can discuss about the latest news on application security rights or like any kind of latest attack. It can be any POC or any vulnerability or whatever we say, right? We can discuss about these things. We can talk about the latest bug bounty findings and the payout, issues found in and issues fixed on the security applications or services. Like whatever issues we have found in a product, we can even talk about those things that we have found these issues in the application and how we can improve and secure coding techniques. Again, we should talk about these stuff. So here is the thread model. So basically, I would say data flow diagram. That's stride model equals to thread model. Okay, so stride model is nothing but it's like term of these six threads. S means scoping the identity, T tampering the data, R repudiation, I information disclosure, the DDoS attack, innovation of privileges. So what they are, these attacks are violating, like scoping the identity can violate your authentication, tampering with the data in your organization's integrity or can compromise the organization's integrity or the application, confidentiality, availability, and authorization. So as I said, you should before initiation of any project, you should talk about the threat model. Okay, this is our application and this can be a possible threats, and as per the threat model, then we should start working with the application development part. So this is a zero risk overflow. I mean, this isn't just uh, diagram. I would say like what issues are open if they are in progress. So you can allocate for fix. If it is fixed, then you can send them to test the fix, and if it is fixed, then it's fine. If it is not approved, then take the risk approval is accepted. Then it's like in progress. If it is awaiting acceptance, like there is some issue, and if you don't want to mitigate, so at that time you can take the approval for that particular risk and so on. Then, here are a few security champions playbooks. Like I would say, you should identify the team. Okay, you can define the role, identify the teams, and define the roles, nominate champions, set up communication channel, builds on knowledge base, maintain interest. So identify the teams, one product. So it's like one product goes to one team, or you can assign one product to two teams. Choice is yours. What technologies you are using, what documentation, what is your communication way. It can be via face-to-face meetings. It can be via any Slack or via Skype or any other channel. Management part. What are the current reviews related to this project, and what is the release date? Identify the teams in terms say like you have one product, okay, and one team, and the technologies they are working on are like Java and, or I would say Python and Django. What is the security contact person? Assign a guy. Then there will be a team lead, like security contact guy. We can say ABC. Security team lead who is leading the team. That can be DEF, product manager, CEB, or something like that. This is how it will be divided into multiple people who can be looking into these things. Second thing is define the role. So in this you can measure the current security state among the team. I mean, who have the best knowledge of the security terms. You can define the goals you plan to achieve in midterm. You can, and then identify the places where security champions could help produce clearly defined roles for security champions. Then defining the roles, so depending on the current progress and strategy, the roles description could be like you should verify the security reviews. You should talk about the best security practices within the team. You can raise the issues for risk in the existing code. You can build the threat models for on new feature, conduct automatic scans for the code, investigate document nominate the champion. So we reached at this point, appoint, get, and make. So appoint, not appoint, inclusion. Remember, if you are not appointing someone, or if you are appointing someone as a security champion, but that person is not enthusiastic about the security, then there is no use of nominating that guy in the team. So you should appoint only those guys as the security champions who are, you know, enthusiasts to learn these stuffs, get approvals on all levels. As I said, because otherwise you will hear some kind of first argument like I had no time for security. Then make once nominated, make him feel like a champion. Once you nominated a guy, you can feel him like he is a security champion. You can give him the entry to security meta team, official introduction to the peers, insignia, any kind of a symbol or represent that this guy is a security champion. I would say so. In a playbook while I was reading the security champion terms, so in that what they did. So when it comes to nominated a guy and you wanted to make him feel like a champion or security champion, at that time what you can do in terms of insignia, like you can give him a coffee mug, and in that coffee mug you can write security champion, and you can give a hat to that cup, something like that, and you can make it and keep that cup on that guy's table, and it will now feel him like okay, he is now part of a security team. So as I said, you can set up your communication channel as per your um, comfort level, like it can be like IRC, Skype, Keybase, Yammer, or many things, anything. Solid knowledge, how you can build solid knowledge base. So in that, you can clearly define the roles and procedures to each and every person. You can talk about the secure development best practices checklist. You can provide them. This is the web and mobile security checklist. You should follow this. This is the third party security checks, UI security checks, privacy checklist, etc. There are many checklists that depends. I mean, you can give them all these things and whether they should find themselves about these things. Then there are few things are like open source to the rescue. You can teach them about the security knowledge framework. So it's an open source framework by OSP where they can understand, they can get the code of any vulnerability. Like I'm talking, let's talk about the security actions and that they provide in security knowledge framework. They provide the vulnerable code and the secure code as well. So that thing you can use that you can understand. Then ASVS application security verification standards and then mobile application security verification standards, cert secure coding standards and many more. So there are many more security standards available in the market which you can use them and you can build a strong knowledge base of your security champions. Maintain interest. So for maintaining their interest, you can provide them workshops, trainings, where you can talk about the strategy, best practices. You can do some security quizzes like on the Friday on Hackers Friday, like where you can provide some vulnerable code and you ask those security champions or those guys to find the vulnerability in that particular code. Maybe it can help keep them motivated. You can talk about this monthly newsletters, security newsletters, security conferences calendar, provide them the proper training, teach them, tell them to attend the conferences, whatever there are many conferences are like NerdCon besides ACAD, DEFCON, etc. AppSec is in and awesome AppSec. These two are the wikis which you can GitHub repos. These are which you can follow to understand a bit about security. So now let's talk about the benefits of having security champions. So it's like scaling security through multiple teams. Yes, now multiple teams are working on the security part. So it's not a one person responsibility. It's a responsibility of multiple guys who are in a team, right? And you are in good engaging non-security folks like who are not into information security, but you are engaging those guys who move into the information security field. And of course, you are creating a security culture in your organization, and that will help to provides more security to your products. And here are some references. So here's thanks to Alexander and Dennis Cruz, and some references from where I made this PPT and whatever things I was talking about. So you can take these references as well to understand what is the term of security champions. Have any kind of doubts or any question, please reach out to me. Direct Marathon as well. And at the end, thank you. Thank you, Resethacker.
Hello everyone and welcome to my talk on the analysis of the EvilNum APT group and its malware. Today we will discuss everything you would need to know about EvilNum, how the malware is delivered and is executed on the victim system. We will be starting with a brief introduction of this malware, do some analysis of our own on a random sample, and we'll end our talk with tracing the origin of this malware. Also, we will be drawing up some conclusions at the end of the slides. I have tried to explain everything in a summarized way, but if you still have any sort of queries regarding any of the slides, I am available in the comment section to answer all of your questions. So please do not hesitate to ask questions if you have any of the doubts in the coming slides. Before starting with this talk, here is a quick introduction about myself. My name is Umair Nehri. I am a student currently pursuing a course in computer applications. I have worked in areas such as web application security and malware analysis. I have been recognized by the US Department of Defense, the Department of Justice and Security of the Netherlands, the government of France and Brazil, as well as I am a United Nations InfoSec Hall of Famer. I serve as the lead innovator at Sec Army and have been organizing CTF events for them as well. So, without further ado, let's start with this talk. So, first of all, what exactly is EvilNum? EvilNum is an advanced persistent threat group, what we call as an APT group. It has been involved in a wide range of attacks all across the Europe. It had released a malware which they call it as EvilNum. This malware was first detected in the wild back in 2018, but is still targeting companies with new and better variants. The primary target of this malware is fintech or financial technology based companies, mostly from the EU countries or the UK. The main focus of EvilNum is not just to steal credentials or such, but to steal the financial information of the companies as well as the customers. Like for example, spreadsheets and documents with customer list, investments and trading operations, internal presentations, software licenses, and credentials for trading software and platforms. So, how is the malware delivered to the victim? The main attack vector is spear phishing emails. The attacker tries to get the victim to open a zip file attached with the email. This zip file contains a Windows shortcut file having double extensions to try to trick the user into opening them, since in Windows, file extensions for known file types are hidden by default. The documents used in these files are mostly photos of credit cards, identity documents, or bills with proof of address, as many financial institutions require these documents from the customers when they join, according to the regulations. But in the background, the malware would execute malicious JavaScript components and then delete the shortcut file itself. The malware widely targets customer support representatives and account managers from these fintech companies, who receive such documents daily, making the execution of malware more likely. The group reuses the documents on different targets unless the targets are from different regions, because of the obvious change in the required format of documents as well as the nationality of the customer. Here's an example of one such document, which was found in the shortcut file. The document seems to be genuine, and we assume that it might have been collected by this group during the years of operation. The employee might assume it to be just another file which he or she would receive in a day-to-day operation, and that's where the mistake happens. Once opened, the malware starts executing the JavaScript components, which, like I said earlier, is the initial stage of compromise. Okay, so let's discuss the role of these JavaScript components and the CNC servers. The execution of the JavaScript components is the initial stage for the delivery of this malware. When the user opens the shortcut file, it seems to look for a specific keyword which is true for, and save the content to a temporary JS file, which would be then used for the delivery of some different payload. Each of the various components has its own CNC server, and each component operates independently. The operators of the malware manually sends command to install additional components and use post-compromise scripts and tools if they consider them necessary. This component communicates with a CNC server and acts as a backdoor without the need for any additional program. What is unique here is that the CNC servers have a reference to the IP address instead of any domain names. One thing to note here is that the IP address of the CNC server, it's not stored in the code, but it is passed from a GitHub page. The payload which is fetched from the CNC servers would then execute arbitrary commands. In 2019, researchers from the Palo Alto networks described a similar type of malware, which used JavaScript for the initial stage of compromise, but would get the address of the CNC server by dividing a number by 666, that is 666. This component was then named as EvilNum. Here are some examples of the CNC servers which were parsed from the GitHub pages mentioned in the malware's JavaScript components. These servers host the payloads which would then be used for fetching to the victim system to execute arbitrary commands. Okay, so it's time for us to analyze a random malware sample belonging to this APT group. I decided to look for a malware sample with the EvilNum tag on Malware Bazaar and found a random sample whose hash is highlighted with the red font color in this slide. To confirm that this was indeed the shortcut file we are looking for, I ran the file command on this sample, and as you can see, this was indeed a Microsoft Windows shortcut file. For those who don't know what file command is, it is a command used to determine the type of a file. My next step was to analyze this sample with EXIF tool. EXIF tool is a platform independent Perl library plus a command line application for reading, writing and editing meta information in a wide variety of files. After scrolling through all the fields, we found an interesting entry in the command line arguments. It displayed a proof of address PDF file which would act as a proof of address of the customer. But if we pay close attention, we will realize that the file is also trying to find the true for keyword and saving the output to a JavaScript file. And this is exactly what EvilNum does. This is the initial stage of the compromise, which would then lead to the delivery of other payloads, which would in turn execute arbitrary commands on the victim system. So far, I analyzed some basic level information from the base level of this file, but now let's check what we can find in the strings of this malware sample. For this, we will be utilizing the strings command. For those who don't know what strings command is, the strings command returns each string of printable characters in the file. Its main causes are to determine the contents of and to extract text from binary files, that is non-text files. I found some pretty interesting findings from the strings since it had the whole JavaScript components code present in it. In the next few slides, I will be discussing some of these findings. So, the first thing that I discovered was that the malware checks for any antivirus software present in the victim system, and I assume this happens before fetching the payload from the CNC server in order to avoid the antivirus software from detecting the payload. The code snippet on the left side shows how the code looks for specific keywords to find the antivirus software in the victim system. Such techniques are quite useful for antivirus evasion. In one of the references to this function, the code looks for the Bitdefender antivirus software. I'm not sure why it looks for a specific antivirus along with the general keyword queries for other antivirus programs. The next thing that I found was that it searches the content from a GitLab repository having a Python file. The repository belonged to a user named jhondia123, and the repository is now deleted and the user is blocked. Like we discussed in some earlier slides, the malware does a reject search for a numerical strings to fetch the IP address of the main command and control server. One thing to note here is that the GitLab isn't the only source for the command and control server's IP address. The group has even set up some GitHub and Reddit pages for this task. The next thing that I discovered was the presence of some digital point accounts in the code. The name was pretty similar to the ones used in the GitLab repository's URL, and the account is still available publicly on the platform. The user goes by the name of JohnDeere123, and also if we try to search for the numerical string we found in the earlier slide, we will realize that there exists another account by the name of JFJ4784JK connected with that numerical string. The malware utilizes built-in functions to pass out the C2 server's address from these accounts as well. I assume these accounts serve as a backup source for the C2 server's address because GitLab seems to be a bit strict about what the user hosts on the platform, but Digital Point is a bit lenient with the users, and hence the attackers are using it as a platform for the backup source for the address of the C2 servers. Let us do a little bit of oversight with the information we collected so far in this analysis and try to trace back the origin of the EvilNum APT group malware. One thing to note here is that what I'm about to present now has a high possibility of being true, but I'm not completely sure about it. I leave it up to the viewers to draw conclusions and conduct further research about this topic. I would love to know more about it if you do any sort of research for this. So let us proceed to the next slide and start with our research with the information available to us. If you remember, I mentioned the digital point accounts in the previous slides. So I decided to explore that account a little bit and see what I can find out. The profile mentioned the age of the account holder, which have a 50% possibility of being true. So that's why I won't be listing it in this slide. After checking a couple of tabs, I landed on the About tab, and in the interest field, I saw an IP address which was most likely of a C2 server, because we know that EvilNum uses Digital Point as a backup platform to fetch the IP address. Thankfully, the IP address is not being used by any server anymore, but I decided to check out where the IP address was from, because I'm sure some organization must have owned the IP range, which includes our IP address. After doing a who scan, I found that the IP was last used from Macau, a Chinese special administrative region, and was last used till 5th of May 2019. A target John Deere 123 was last active on Digital Point on 5th of December 2019, and presently the IP belongs to some organization from Russia. So what do we get from here? The EvilNum group has a good level of possibility of either originating from Macau, a Chinese special administrative region, or from Russia. I'm not trying to pinpoint any specific nation here, but what I'm trying to say is that one of these two countries have a high possibility of being the origin of this APT group. So let us conclude this talk with what we have found so far in the analysis and summarize it into one slide. The EvilNum group has been operating for at least 2 years and was active at the time of recording this slide. It has an infrastructure for its operations with several different servers, ranging from multiple independent servers for the JavaScript components to storage of the information stolen from organizations. This group targets fintech companies that provide trading and investment platforms for the customers, which means that the targets are sort of specific and not widespread across other industries. The EvilNum group cannot yet be associated with any previous attacks by any other APT group, but new and better variants of EvilNum are important enough to be considered. The group has a high possibility of being either from Russia or Macau. It is advised that the people employed in the customer support related work should open such documents carefully and avoid opening shortcut files like in this case. So, before I end my talk, here are some frequently asked questions which I have answered a couple of times regarding this topic. In case your question doesn't fall in any of them listed in the next slide, feel free to drop a question in the comment section. The first question that I face occasionally is if EvilNum is still active, and my answer is yes, it is still active till the date of recording this video and is still targeting fintech companies mostly across the Europe. The sample we analyzed must have been active in the month of January, but since the GitLab account was banned, I would not be surprised if more variants of this malware were deployed not too long ago. The second question is, where can I find this malware sample if I want to try this out myself? So, actually I have listed the malware's hash in the first slide when we started. So, in case you want to check out the sample, you just need to enter it in Malware Bazaar and you will get the zip file containing this malware sample. The third question is, where can I find more malware samples for the EvilNum malware? So, ESET has created a wonderful GitHub repository, especially for the EvilNum malware, and you can find the shortened URL mentioned after the question. The fourth question is there any blog available which can help me understand more about this talk? So, a few months back, I wrote a detailed blog about this malware, and you can find the shortened URL mentioned after the question here as well. The fifth question is that how should I approach a malware sample? Well, you should always start with the static analysis part like I did, and you should always follow all the basic steps that I used throughout this talk to have some insights about the sample you are analyzing. You can always check out some articles about this on the internet, and I'm sure you will find some great content out there. So, this brings me to the end of my talk. We started from a brief history of the malware, learned how it attacks a system, we analyzed a random malware sample, and at the end, we drew some conclusions along with some OSINT about the group. I hope that you enjoyed this talk, and if you need any help regarding this, please feel free to connect with me on any of these platforms and I will help you out. I would like to thank the Resethacker community for this opportunity, and I look forward to presenting some more content regarding other malwares soon. Thank you once again for patiently listening to this talk, and I hope that you have a great day ahead.
Hello everyone. I hope you had a really great day while attending our day 2 of Resethacker RESTCON conference. I told you earlier too that it's gonna be highly valuable and you will get bombs of value if you are attending this conference fully. Okay, so there were a lot of speakers who shared great insights, who shared their experience, who shared their knowledge very well. So I hope you all got a lot of knowledge, and I want to see that in the comment section that you all gain knowledge and what you all learn too. You can tag us, you can share this on your Insta story or any social media platform, and we will reshare that too. I would like to thank all these community partners, all our sponsors, all our team members, and you, the audience, who made RESTCON so much successful. We didn't expect this much of amazing response from the audience, and we are grateful to organize this conference, organize this RESTCON. We got a lot of positive 8th of August. We got amazing response for our day 1, that was bug hunting day on 29th of August, and we got an amazing response for day 2 of RESTCON conference for Researchers Day. I hope you guys learned a lot, and I would love to see your comments, see your experience, what your experience was. To subscribe this channel and follow us on all the social media platforms so you get all the updates. Okay, so at last I would want to thank you guys for making this RESTCON so much successful. We would be back with another conference after a few months. So thank you so much, and this is me, Tushar, the team manager of Resethacker community, signing off. And till then, good night, take care.